This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. that's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority, not because it was a bad thing. It just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt. Not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, "You know what? I don't really care how you feel," and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, "Really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel." Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating, and occasionally I will be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating, and my husband will be like, "What's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later." And he knows. After 20 years he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral, because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. The camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media, saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or three before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away, and I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day, just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because I mean, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting, and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No. It just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old. You shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner, you've got to do laundry, you've got to do this, you've got to make sure this hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today, and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job, because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter anybody else, to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level, and I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man, then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So, what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say, and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying. What am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now, this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country, it is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, it is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So, let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things. No, I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So, what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks, she points out so many fingers at me and she says, "You're not doing this, you're not doing that." Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now, if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, "Okay, he is the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money, and he gets the money, and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children." She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, "Don't smoke," or "Don't eat rich food," or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left brained and women are right brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left brain person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left brain person. A right brain person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brain and women should be right brain, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, what do you call it, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role, there are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now, this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee, and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, "What happened? What happened?" I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you." I said, "No, I'm dying." He said, "No, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want." And he said, "Don't cry like a girl," he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, "Don't shout like a boy." In fact, I vaguely even remember if mummy would complain saying, "Look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout?" Daddy would probably laugh and say, "Oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it." So, directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? "You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you?" Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? "Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you." So, time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout, and it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents Though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you are a girl, Nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, तुम कहाँ गई थी? किसके साथ गई थी? Where were you? Why did you come late? But he said, we never ask our sons, तुम कहाँ गए थे? किसके साथ गए थे? क्यों गए थे? क्यों लेट आया? When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karun? Maa hu na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office. And we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday, and they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23, and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of, next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough. It is not impossible. So what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown-up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wives' way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, If you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife, it has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, when they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is a time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic, it is not inborn. He was trained in that manner, he was indoctrinated into that manner, he was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier, you have to defend the nation, you have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing apply. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry, and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I've also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. I mean, giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Sureka says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Sureka. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination, behaviors, and attitudes, and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner, and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry. But do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Sureka has asked: handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this in whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in family, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed It can be done. It requires some time and effort, and it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday, where we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So, have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye bye.
Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full-on, full-time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, you know, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Carrie. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are having.
Yeah, you know, well, I mean, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you know, you can't talk to people, you know, if you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. I mean, there's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, you know, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage, you know, they want to. I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. You know, it's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
you know, the 3 building blocks, or 3 of some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. You know, it's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, you know, very malleable. With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, you know, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other, really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and, you know, our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse. And it's not good all the way around, you know?
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to like keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah.
Right?
And to bridge the gap with a hug, just need a hug. Like, I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that, or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm just gonna meet your eyes with my eyes, and and I'm just gonna look at you kindly, and just give you a smile. Like, it's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy,
Mhm.
I was taking care of my mental emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I
Mhm.
didn't dial that back.
Mhm.
But they would run. They would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And it was really, I laugh about it now, but uh, it was really hard at the time because I
Mm.
was just really I was that one craving that hug. I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since like the end of May.
Mhm.
Um, what I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I,
Mm.
roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart.
Yeah.
It's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, like, I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right?
Mhm.
If somebody comes into your office and you're like looking at your computer and you go, yeah, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need? Right. And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your
Yeah.
day going? Sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with, like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
It's interesting you say that because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years is, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer and just it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level, but I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school because where I learned to acknowledge people was I was in the service industry. I was bartending and serving cocktails and occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full.
Mm-hmm.
But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. If like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
I think there's an element of that going on. It's like if I engage with this person, and of course it's not, but there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey,
yeah,
this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. It's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think because we have to be willing to be vulnerable and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic? I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it, but I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you are not,
that didn't hold me back.
You're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this, like I was brought up, and even in school, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. And then, we do all these we set up all these competitions. Like a lot of times in workplaces, there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like
horrible.
That feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because like I know for a fact, I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play.
Yes.
And it's like, that feels really gross. And also I can totally see through what you're doing. Like that's just weird. But also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot at play. Like some of it is just lack of social graces. Like it's like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't, just don't have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like, you can still make your point and be inclusive of, who else has come into the mix. So just, I just, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't,
I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are
awkward at best.
Yeah. Kind of feels super gross.
So well, and also kind of annoying. Like, sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating. That people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional. On a personal level, it's just, like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I think that's true in a lot of cases, which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, what, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge, or the one who's the most knowledgeable, or the one, whatever, which, I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about what we think we're getting out of that. What are you winning?
I don't think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal. And there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, the rules of society function, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So there's just a lot, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective? And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be and keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like, moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, caveman times, when we were, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like, everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that that went and hunted the thing, and then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And it, like, if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way, and those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system and embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like, this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
right.
You know, instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another. And then, you know, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want to feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, you know, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. You know, I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, you know. There's more today than there were then, but it just became its thing. It became a niche market, and the stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company, and they know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right? So, but what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward. Yeah. So it's, how do we create, first of all, value, an awareness of value, and then secondly, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah, no, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, you know, so, you know, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like, some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right? Yeah. Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, you know, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
You know, but usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, you know, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, you know, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
Yeah. People don't
visible
talk about
to
it.
them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other
And
thing
tap
that
into
I
that.
like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work,
Right.
right? Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
Head
deadline?
down. Yeah.
Right? Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them, and there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door, that and so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right? Maybe it is, there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it. Right? How
Sure.
can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right? It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah.
And so
Life.
she's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out, when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier? Right?
It makes me think of I just toured this company, and it's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia, and they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well, and they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week, and then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, that's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
The thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, it's yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right?
Right.
If I feel like if I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and
Yeah.
over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I'm learning a new
Growth.
skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, like, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending
Right.
most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on. This is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, and then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity.
Yeah.
If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am, I'm putting myself out here, I'm working my tail off, I'm showing up, I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or, then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, I'm equal to the CEO in terms of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique, important human being who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I know.
It
seems to be rampant these days.
Yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this.
Co-creating.
That's the important piece. How do we co-create this?
How do we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right? Mm-hmm. I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak. I would always go away from that interactions going, like, this is not nurturing to me at all. Yeah. And then I decided to really look at what I was creating, and going forward, I started going into relationships, leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. And sometimes they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being,
Yeah.
and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being.
Yeah.
So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you and I want you in my life and I want to work with you and I want to do this project with you and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers. It could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the above. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too. So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here.
Yeah.
That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over here with people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn from.
Know.
And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And let go.
Yep. Yeah.
And let go. So how can people find you?
So I'm probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com. Nice. So I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around relationship, around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my website at theselfproject.com and you can see all the things.
All the things.
All the things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good. It's all
good.
It's all the work I love doing. So yeah.
I know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what matters. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Carrie for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert.
We're going to be exploring artificial intelligence. Now, during this module, we're going to be examining the various aspects of artificial intelligence as it relates to education and exploring it as an educational technology, a tool for use in teaching and learning. This week, we're going to examine the concept of artificial intelligence, the fundamental theories behind that, how artificial intelligence is being applied to education and some of the opportunities that are arising from that. And then we're going to narrow in and look at a particular application of artificial intelligence, and that is around chatbots. And the particular tool that you're going to be using in your portfolio assessment in creating a chatbot using the tool BotLibra. So first off, there is a document in the course material that explores the concept of artificial intelligence and how it can relate to AI in education. So I'd like you to read through that document. It's not incredibly long, and there's sort of small snippets within there, but it's about 30 or 40 pages. So skim through that, but look at some of the fundamental concepts that are behind artificial intelligence. Now, you don't need to understand them in great depth, but you do need to have a general overview of what we mean by artificial intelligence in education. So look at the text Intelligence Unleashed, and through your examination of this document, it explains how the general model for the use of artificial intelligence in education is that we have not just one model, but three. Over time, we've found that trying to address all of artificial intelligence as it relates to learning and the teaching processes can't really be encompassed in a single model. So the general philosophy currently is that there are three fundamental models that make up educational artificial intelligence applications. The first is a domain model, and this is a model that relates to the content of what is being taught. So often this is in a rule-based model, a whole lot of key words that relate to particular topics and explanations about what those terms mean. Or it may relate to a body of knowledge that's been trained in various artificial intelligence applications to be able to interpret what the content is about and provide learning context around that content that students can engage with. Now with that, we then have a pedagogy model, which interacts with the domain model, and it engages in various ways of teaching. So it may be presenting information in small chunks and quizzing students on their understanding of that content. Or it may be interpreting students' questions and interpreting how best to provide answers to that. And more commonly now, it may be adaptive in that it will adjust the responses based upon the perceived understanding of the learner. And this is where we bring in the third model, which is the learner model. So it's an understanding of the learner. What are their strengths, their weaknesses, what pedagogical approaches best work with that learner, how that learner has developed, what level they are at in terms of various hierarchical instructional processes. But it encompasses a portfolio of the learner that the AI systems, the domain model and the pedagogy model can interact with and customize things to suit the individual needs of the learner. So those three models represent different processes that work interactively to create a interaction with the learner, with the AI system that's helping them with their learning. And together this creates what's called a learner interface, and generally it has interactive content, which is tailored to suit the particular needs of the learner, and a process of evolving that adaptability, which we call, well, it's defined around data capture. But there's a range of AI systems where we collect data on how the student is learning, how they're interacting with the pedagogy, how they're interacting with the content, what sort of words they're using, which words are generating a correct response, which words are creating incorrect responses. And a lot of AI systems rely upon the capture of data about their learning interactions. And then they refine that process. And the best AI systems refine those automatically, and we call that machine learning, where over time, the AI tutorial or tutor gets better and better because it has been trained on more and more students and more interactions with different students, and it learns over time how to be a better teacher. And that's what really differentiates an AI application, and particularly a machine learning supported AI application, from a simple programmed instruction material. So that data analysis ideally is done by the computer, the AI system itself, but sometimes it can be done by humans, and we call those rule-based systems. They're much more manually intensive because the computer's not doing it all itself, and they tend to be much more limited, and we'll talk about some of those limitations as we go. But the fully automated systems that learn from the interactions, that's where the power of AI and machine learning is revolutionizing a whole range of industries, not just education, but it could be optimizing processes for flying a plane in terms of autopilots, or optimizing processes for selling goods via online stores, and which prompts to provide to customers, which color schemes and all the rest best meet the needs of particular customers. And where it's successful, where a sale is achieved, those particular properties are reinforced. And where it's unsuccessful, where a sale is not achieved, the particular properties that were tried out are reduced. So it's less likely to try that approach again. And through thousands and thousands of interactions, it refines itself, it learns, and becomes better at selling. Just one example of many, many different applications of artificial intelligence. It could be around garbage collection. It could be around being able to translate words correctly and become more efficient in voice translation. Lots of different processes use these fundamental mechanics. We're interested in and focused more on the educational application. Same mechanics as being used in an autopilot or a voice translation system, but we're applying it to a tutoring process, a teaching process of improving the learning of a student interacting with the AI system. And collectively, this becomes what's called the open learner model, which is a set of processes that provide instructions and advice to students to support their learning. But it can also help inform teachers. We don't just have to use AI systems on their own. They can be used in conjunction with traditional teaching practices, and they can provide us advice and understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of our students and how we can go about improving their learning interactions. So we shouldn't just think of AI as a replacement for other processes, in our case teaching. Very often it can be used as a way of augmenting the processes. Now, of course, the concern is often that that augmentation will eventually migrate to replacement, and that is true. Many systems that can be replaced by computers will be. But in the meantime, certainly over the next decade or so, there'll be a transition process whereby we will work with AI systems to improve various processes, and in our case, the processes of teaching. So go through the document and it will explain some of the nuances of these terms and processes in a little bit more detail. But what we're really interested in is how we can now use these AIs for education, how we can apply it. So again, on the website, you'll see a number of other documents in terms of how AI is used in education. And have a look at some of those and make a suggestion on how you feel that artificial intelligence is and will be used in education. And post that response to Teams. And we'll discuss that further in the tutorials. But have a look at the different applications for artificial intelligence. This is a summary. So first off, artificial intelligence can be used for the basic processes we have in education. Say role taking. Using image recognition, we can have a camera set up and that will automatically detect the students that are in our class and determine who's there and who's not. And that will save a lot of time. Make role taking, which normally takes about 10 minutes of a lesson, much more efficient and effective. But other things can also be applied around that. Grading is one that a lot of effort's being put into. We've had systems to automate marking for, say, multiple choice questions for a long time. They haven't really required any AI because they were very simple processes. But automatically marking an essay or a scientific experiment or computer program starts becoming more complex and difficult, but not impossible, particularly when we introduce machine learning processes where the AI can become more experienced and better at doing things over time through practice, just as humans learn. So systems for automatic grading are in place now, and many of them are exceeding what human graders can achieve in terms of the accuracy in the marking of student work. Now that's a little bit confronting because it used to be something that we thought humans would be dominant with, and that's a fundamental experience with artificial intelligence applications. There's always things that we think that we just done by humans, and over time we find ways for computers and AI systems to achieve the same processes and often exceed them. Now, the key aspect at the moment is around what we call outliers, where there are things that we haven't thought about. Now, inexperienced humans also have that same problem. When things come up that we haven't thought about, we make mistakes and fail in achieving things. We do well with things that we're practiced and trained and taught how to do, but strange things we have difficulty with. And so does AI systems. And machine learning allows the AI to make educated guesses. That's where it's different to rule-based AI, where in a rule-based system, we have to have programmed in the responses. And if we haven't programmed in a response, then the AI really doesn't know what to do. But with machine learning processes, and we use words such as neural networks and things like that, which we'll talk a little bit about, the AI can go through a series of probability comparisons and make a reasoned, educated guess at what a good response would be. And over time, as it makes those guesses and it identifies which of those guesses are successful versus which are unsuccessful, its ability to make correct guesses improves, just as a human being would do so. So some other applications. We talked a little bit about having adaptive learning tools, and that's a really big focus area for AI tutorials, because one of the holy grails of education is to have one-to-one tutorials where you can have a close interaction with a student and guide them through in their learning by really understanding in detail all of their strengths and weaknesses and interests, and being able to tailor how they learn and what they learn to their specific needs. But of course, in the real world, when you've got 20 or 30 students, that becomes very, very, very difficult, simply because you just don't have enough time to provide that level of attention to each student. AI systems, though, because of the ability for computerized systems to be easily replicated, so if we have an effective AI model that can be used for teaching an individual student based upon their strengths and weaknesses and so forth, we can very simply copy that model and have 20 of these models working, one for each individual student. So we can get around that difficulty we've always had in education around individualizing instruction. And that's a really powerful potential for artificial intelligence. It can be used to point out where we need to improve. And as I said, the diagnostic capabilities of artificial intelligence are built into the processes of its learning and improvement. So we can use that diagnostic processes then to also help inform our students how they can improve. Whereas good teachers do that as well. But again, it's the capacity of a teacher to work with a large number of students and to provide that feedback in an effective, continuous way. And while it can be done certainly by a human, it's simply time consuming. But an AI system is not so limited, and it can provide detailed feedback to students on where they've gone well, where they've had difficulty, where they need to improve, and provide that more in-depth support. And that leads to the next one around just that ongoing support. But that support is not just limited to their instruction. We might have a support system that helps them with their behavior, with their emotional support, with their career planning, a whole range of systems. Particularly in tertiary, we're developing a lot of these systems to build their students' resilience, to ensure that they don't drop out of courses. And a lot of that doesn't have anything to do with the actual instruction of the course, but it's around them coping with completing assessment tasks, managing their time, managing their finances, a whole range of other complexities that can be added to our AI models and support students in a whole wide variety of different aspects of their educational experiences. As I said, that can also be very useful in providing students with feedback, and that's one of their key strengths. Also in looking at how we find and access information. Now, you all would have found that with Google searches. Google searches are not necessarily AI driven, but they are increasingly having aspects of AI built into them to try to improve the quality of the searches and the responses that are returned. But we now access a lot of information through online search engines. But increasingly now, we're also using very much AI applications that relate to voice recognition. Many homes now have smart devices and smart terminals and smart speakers and so forth, where you can ask questions and receive valid responses because the AI system in the voice recognition processes have been able to interpret what you need or what you meant by the question and provide you with what you need in terms of a response. Now, they're not perfect yet, but they are certainly far better than they were 5 years, 10 years ago, and they will be far better into the future because the systems are learning. And there are millions of people using them, so there are millions of interactions occurring every day that are all used to train the model and improve it. Likewise, there are now systems around image recognition. The most common ones we're seeing at the moment being popularized in self-driving vehicles, where the image recognitions are set up to a level of quality whereby they can make decisions around how to steer and brake and drive automobiles. But they're also being used in facial recognition, particularly for surveillance. But in education, we're now starting to look at the idea of picking up cues on how students are learning based upon their facial features. Now, again, as a teacher, we can see when students are frowning and looking frustrated or looking confused. So AI systems can also do that now. And as they start seeing that body language, they can then adjust the instructional processes that are occurring, the pedagogical model, in terms of how students are presented with information, maybe reducing the complexity of it or increasing the complexity of it, the pacing of the information, based upon how the student's experience is occurring. Now, we're not just limited to visual processes in that respect. I also do some work with brainwave analysis, looking at how students' thought processes are occurring and how their brain waves are changing during a learning interaction. And that's helping form various AI models as well. But there are lots of other processes. Another one that's being worked on a fair bit is around galvanic response, which is essentially how much we're sweating. But by wearing a simple wristband, we can detect that quite easily, and that can help measure students' stress levels. And so again, we can adjust the content based upon students' physical, emotional responses to the learning experiences that they're engaged with. Other processes are looking at their voice in terms of measuring their stress levels and their interest levels and engagement through voice analysis. So lots of different ways of trying to build a better student model so that it can inform the pedagogical model and the content model to better craft the learning experience for the student. And so you can start to see how all of this combined starts getting a much more detailed understanding of the student and how they learn best and the content that they'll engage with and interact with than a teacher could hope to be able to replicate. So a few other things. That then starts changing the role of teachers. If all that information is now available to us, maybe we can then utilize that information ourselves as teachers to better understand our students and to then cater various activities and interactions that supplement what the AI system is doing, but allow us to have that personal interaction, that human touch to the educational experience that many people value highly. Not everyone, though. I do a fair bit of work with robotics and AI systems, and how robotics can replace that human interaction aspect for some students. And there's been a great amount of success done with autistic students, where the human interaction is actually one of the limiting factors in their learning. And the variability and confusing nature of human interactions can disrupt their learning. Whereas an AI-enabled robot, which is much more predictable for the student, and they are able to relate to it and interact with it much more effectively, it's proving to be very useful for their instruction. Likewise for young children. Again, it was one of the areas that some educators thought, oh, AI will never be used to teach young children because they need that human interaction and human engagement. But we're actually finding that they actually have no problems at all thinking of a robot as a real teacher and interacting with it as they would with a human being. And indeed, they can have really great human relationship interactions with a robotic device. Of course, most of their toys are robotic devices. And their imagination easily allows them to conceive of the robot as something that they can interact with as though it was real. And for them, it is real. It's providing them with support with their learning. It's looking after their interests and emotions. It's responding to them in a positive, supportive way. And this idea of human interactions is really being upturned with various robotic devices. There's robot seals that we're deploying in nursing homes, where elderly people can interact with this robot seal, and it comforts them and it engages with them, talks with them, and they can interact with it. And it's much more patient with them when they have difficulty communicating and engaging with human staff. So the idea of the emotional aspect of AI and of robotics has certainly been challenged in recent years. So a few other things. AI, as I said, is not just limited to providing educational support, but also around the behavioral and emotional support, particularly around trial and error. Of course, AI systems can be infinitely patient. And a student can keep trying and keep working at something and being supported by the AI far beyond the patience level of most human teachers to do similar things. And then again, as we said before, the data that's being collected by AI can be used for lots of other purposes, certainly to teach, but also to support students and also to help them with their career development and a whole range of other aspects. Of course, that level of data does open up potential misuse of that data, and there needs to be checks and balances brought into place around that, particularly when we have AI systems that can influence students at least as or more so than teachers do. We know that teachers strongly influence students in their behavior and their beliefs and understanding about a whole range of concepts. And if we can make that process much more effective, that does open up potential problems. So there are a range of ethical issues around AI, and we're going to be talking about those in later weeks. And finally, AI systems are much more flexible. They can be very portable, so students can learn and engage wherever they have a device. And many of these systems can be done through a smartphone and things of that nature. So students can be effectively learning, and their learning can be monitored and modified and engaged with by an AI system on a bus or on a beach, or wherever they might happen to be. AI systems can be much more deployable. So we can have AI systems developed from experts all over the place. And as with any computer system or computer tutorial system, they're easily replicated and transferred. And so we can have the best AI instructors from around the world available to individual students wherever they are in the world. So lots of different aspects around AI in education and its future potential. So have a look at those readings and think if you can come up with your own contributions of how AI can support teaching and learning. So again, here's a narrowing down now as we start thinking about a particular AI application, which is the conversation bots, or tutorial bots, or essentially AI applications where we have a conversation with them. Now, they can be through text, they can be now through voice, and so there's a range of ways of interacting with these. But the four or five main processes are providing an evaluation to students in terms of feedback, but also to teachers in terms of feedback on how students are going in various activities and tasks. So again, lots of data is being collected by AI systems. AI systems rely upon data, and that data can then be formatted and presented in ways that is useful for teachers and also for students. So not just used by the AI, but also used by others. Students can ask fact-based questions and receive answers, and that's a very common application of chatbots. They can be used as a medium for communication. So you can set questions like you would for a quiz and have the chatbot present the quiz to students and have them go through and provide answers. Or it can be done as a test or as an instructional activity, guiding them through a process whereby they have to work through a series of stages. So there can be a range of communication processes through chatbots. And then there's just the processes of having a natural conversation. Just as there's a benefit for students talking to their teachers and having that social conversational interaction to practice their own language skills, their own grammar, their own questioning ability, so too that they can do that with more advanced AI chatbot systems, where they can pose questions in a range of different ways and see the responses, then evaluate the responses, and refine their questions and carry out an ongoing conversational process. But all up, this is part generally of a tutorial system, which is designed to help students learn various concepts and processes and have a we call didactic or conversational support to those processes, just as a teacher would provide that conversational support to students in various learning instances, as I am doing now. But you can imagine that I could be replaced quite easily here with a chatbot that could have been either pre-programmed or trained by a machine learning process, and over time it's improved itself based upon your responses to various assessment tasks and quizzes and things like that. And with our ability to generate avatars now, my talking head could very easily be a computer generated talking head, and you would have difficulty in discerning the differences between myself as a human instructor and an AI instructor. So these are the areas where education is progressing very rapidly. It's not just education, of course. Every industry is facing disruption, as we call it, through the advent of artificial intelligence and the effectiveness it's proving around machine learning. But we are, of course, focused on what's happening in education. So it also opens up a range of opportunities. Now, yes, things will be different. AIs are going to replace many of the more traditional processes that have occurred in education. But as we find with all industries, except the few that really are destroyed and die out, they transform based upon the impact of new technologies. And education will transform, and the role of teachers and the processes that occur in education will adjust to take advantage of the new technology, in this case AI, and adopt new ways of doing things. So here is a range of problems that are common in education and some of the AI solutions to these problems. So one is the standardized curriculum, teaching everyone in a class the same thing, has always been a problem. So it doesn't cater for their individual needs. And personalized learning is an AI-based solution to that. Likewise, having individualized instruction and one-to-one tutor time, because of the large number of students generally, has been difficult, but having personal virtual tutors is a way of addressing that. Same sort of concept of personalized learning. Grading and assessment is often time consuming, and we tend to rely then upon multiple choice as a time effective way of doing assessment. But with AI systems, we can have much more open-ended, nuanced questions, and the marking and feedback can be provided around those in real time. Often in a classroom environment, students may have questions, but either are too shy or the teacher doesn't have time to address all the questions that students might wish to ask. But with AI virtual classroom assistants, they can ask the questions of the AI and receive responses that support their learning, whereby in a normal classroom environment, the questions would often be disruptive to that process. Personalized communication can now be done at scale, so we can have individual answers made to student queries and questions that they might submit by email or might be submitted by parents or other things. So that's a way of addressing these, again, specific needs of the learner without having to rely upon generic responses that are suitable for everyone, simply because we don't have time to address specific responses to each individual. AI systems can be used for selection processes, whereas at the moment we use a lot of our assessment, particularly in the senior years in secondary education, is around selecting students for restrictive places at tertiary education, giving them a score that allows them to then apply to university to get into particular courses based upon their interests and so forth. AI systems can be used to improve that selection process, because now we can have AI systems that look at a whole lot of data about students. But it doesn't need to just be done for tertiary entrance. We might be wanting to select students who is going to be on the debating team or a sporting team, or any process whereby we need to make complex selections. And the advantage of this is that if the AI system doesn't have any bias, and we're going to be talking about bias in later weeks, then it's a much fairer process. It can be made much more transparent in some cases, but everyone is then subject to the same computerized model. So individual human biases can often be reduced. But there are some other biases that can creep in from AI systems, and we'll talk about those in later weeks. We can do also what's called sentiment analysis, which is trying to determine students' their mood, essentially, how they're liking a course or disliking a course, or liking their degree program. Are they likely to drop out? Are they likely to disengage or not attend school? A whole range of different analysis that can be put into place to better understand students and provide responses and feedback and supportive mechanisms to reduce the possible negative consequences of their sentiment. And finally, another area, particularly in tertiary, is using AI to address systemic cheating, particularly with online cheating and plagiarism. That's becoming supported by various educational technologies that are negative to some people's perceptions in education. We can also use AI systems to try to combat that, whereby we can identify patterns and repeated use of particular assessment items or assessment responses, and a whole range of other processes, down to looking at how students type. There's a whole lot of typing analysis that's done for online testing. So over a course, there'll be various instances where students have typed responses in, and they've developed a particular pattern of how long they spend typing certain keystrokes, and a whole lot of, it's like a fingerprint based upon how you type. And so once that model has been developed for a student, we can then have them do an online exam. And if their model of how they type is significantly different to how they've demonstrated that they type elsewhere in the course, that can flag the possibility that there's someone else doing that exam other than the student. So again, there's lots of different techniques being applied to combat cheating. The most common is around plagiarism detection, trying to analyze students' work and to see if it matches other students' work. But it can also be used to see if their assignments match previous work of that same student that they've done in class or through the discussion forums or through previously submitted assignments, and a whole lot of other processes that build up a better model of what the student is, again, that student model, and then apply it to understanding if there are any variances or discrepancies in that model that might indicate that something is askew. Okay, so for your portfolio item for this module, you're going to be developing a chatbot. Now, it is going to be what we call a rules-based chatbot. There are a range of chatbots that are available. Now, the easiest is what we call a closed domain, retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot. So what we mean by closed domain is that there is a set number of responses. We've thought about all the questions that the student might ask, and we've developed a response to each of those questions. Now, it's not then open domain. So if a student asks a question that we haven't thought about, then the AI chatbot will not have a response to that, or it will have a generic, I don't know how to answer that response. So with a retrieval-based, rule-based chatbot system, we can't respond to every possible question that students ask. There's just too many possibilities. So then we have what are called generative-based systems. This is the machine learning systems. Now, these generate a response based upon the information provided. And it can draw upon things such as Wikipedia or online encyclopedias, and it can draw upon a whole lot of other previous responses that have been done by students. And it develops a response based upon a whole lot of information, but it's not one set response. And it also tends to then have probabilities associated with those. So it might say, we're 70% sure that this is the right response, but there's a 30% chance it might be this other response. And it will randomize that, and 70% of the time it'll give the most likely response, but sometimes it'll give another response, and there might be 100 other responses. So you can never be sure exactly what response you'll get. But over time, through thousands and thousands of interactions, it will narrow down those probabilities to a set of responses that have proven to be effective in the past. And that's really effective for closed domain systems such as language translation, where there's a set number of words and things like that, and we can generate that relatively easily and effectively nowadays. It's hard, it takes a fair bit of work, but we've got systems now that do that really well. Making such a generative system, though, that can answer any question, that's what the real potential of AI as we're currently working on, so that you can have an ongoing conversation and it will respond just as a human would respond, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And we're pretty much there now. Not for everything. There's still ways of tricking it and identifying the AI in most cases, although certainly they're working close towards that. But as these systems will be developed, we'll be able to ask any question or have any conversation, and it will have a natural feel and provide effective responses during our conversation. And that's the general AI model that is being worked on. So for your assignment, of course, we're not asking you to create a general AI. You're going to be creating the rules-based, closed domain, retrieval-based responses where you identify a range of possible questions that the student will ask, and then you'll provide set responses to those questions. So chatbots can be used for a range of things, as we've said before. They can help improve students' learning. They can collect feedback and data effectively. They can be used to educate students, and the response is instantaneous. But there are other benefits. They can be a personalized environment tailored to a specific student's needs and interests. They can generally be a comfortable and confident environment. Students can ask really dumb questions as they perceive them without fear of reproachment and being embarrassed. Of course, the AI system, unless it's been programmed to, which generally they're not, won't make any judgments and snarky comments and criticisms of the student. Over time, AI systems will learn how the student thinks, how they phrase things, how they word different questions, and it will adapt to that. They can introduce slang and difficult sayings. They can also introduce responses to various languages. As these models develop, AI systems can respond to students in their own home languages, and that could be thousands of languages. And so that provides an advantage over current systems, learning systems, which generally are predominantly in English or in a couple of languages. It's now quite, well, it's not quite simple yet, but we're moving towards where we'll be able to have AI interactions in any language. And of course, they can be available 24/7. So really complex interactions where students are struggling with a question and struggling to understand an idea and need to talk it through can be done whenever students need to do that. Okay, so the AI system you're going to be developing, it will be that closed chat system, and we're going to be using a tool called BotLibra. Now, BotLibra is quite a powerful tool, and it's an open source environment, and it can be used for making much more generalized hard AI systems. But we're going to use it in its simplest formats to make a closed AI rule-based system. So you're going to be creating this, and I've provided you with resources on the course website in terms of instructional guides and videos and so forth to assist you in understanding the BotLibra tool. On the website, you'll find an embedded BotLibra where you can ask questions of it and see how it works. The one I've set up, you can also ask questions with your voice. If you open it up into its, you can't do it through the web, to the HTML, you can't do it through the course website. You have to open the BotLibra website to do the voice interactions. But then you can talk to it and it will respond, and you can also hear its responses. And it also has an avatar, so you can actually get facial feedback cues as well. So also on the course website, there's a range of example BotLibra educational chatbots, and you can try those out and explore them and get some ideas for your own educational application. So again, we'll talk through the processes in the tutorials. Hopefully, if you engage with the tutorials and explore your ideas about the educational application you wish to create. But you do need to have your chatbot teach something. So it's not just having a conversation. It does actually have to be an instructional process whereby the students are learning something through the chatbot conversation. Okay, so some of the advantages, as I said, chatbots and AI systems allow us to look at the data in great detail. So you'll be able to look at the conversation logs. So you can have your friends try out conversing with your chatbot, and you can have conversations with your chatbot, and you can see which interactions, which questions provided a good response and which provided a generic or an incorrect response. And then you can adjust your chatbot based upon the data that you're seeing there. And that's how we train our chatbot. You can also include greetings and different ways it can sort of interact in a sort of conversational way with your students, and also have default responses. So where it can't give a valid response, what can it say in a more generic way that then prompts students to continue with the conversation and explore things in a way that the chatbot can respond effectively. And again, you can look at all the phrases that you've incorporated and the words that trigger responses. So look at BotLibra look at the tutorials and instructional guides that teach you how to create it. You don't have to create a very complex chatbot, but you do need to think about how it's going to teach students something through that interaction. So think about how you might have taught someone through a conversation or through explaining something to them, and how an AI system, in this case a chatbot, could do a similar process. Okay, so the chatbots that you're going to be creating are rule-based. So there are set rules, there are set keywords that will trigger set responses. And next week, we're going to look at non-rule-based systems that go through deep learning and use what we call neural networks, which is how we have our brain wired up with various neurons between synapses and so forth, and how that these systems can develop responses on their own. But that's it for this week. There's some readings to do, and the Bot Libre application to explore, and to try creating your own small chatbot just to get started, or at least have a look at a range of existing chatbots so that you can start getting an understanding of what might be achievable when you create your own chatbot in response to your own portfolio.
Here at the Giver Marketing Network, we don't leave you drifting out in space. We connect you to a coach who will help you build and grow your marketing business. Our process acts as a guide on how to connect with other businesses, maintain good relations, and establish a presence on the Giver Marketing Network. Each member within this collaborative group will have the opportunity to leverage your talent and influence, a true network effect. If you are looking to collaborate on more projects, welcome to the Giver Marketing Network, the most trusted and highest rated collective of specialists on the planet. Here we have a group of like-minded professionals who focus on making valuable introductions and helping each other grow by teaming up. Imagine Upwork meets a network and a coach. The talent collectively includes services like visibility and SEO, creating logos, designing websites, managing social media, outreach messaging, visual storytelling, and much more. Think of what you could do with laser-focused allies, strengthening your business while offering your talent to the entire network. Click near this video for more information.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when and where you are tuning in from. We are here with Joel Snyder at the Giver Marketing Network, and also representing Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well today, and streaming in all different places. So Joel, thank you for coming in and helping us take a deep dive into this nurturing conversation around marketing. Like, how do we nurture or follow up or continually be in front of our audience in a way that doesn't bother them, but it makes them feel more connected to you and more trusted in the relationship. So really appreciate your superpowers in this area. Joel Snyder is from Coax Consulting, and he's part of the Giver Marketing Network. He's also streaming here on Kingdom Warriors Holders Group as well. And so he's kind of by proxy part of that group and community. And so we're excited to have Joel today. So Joel, do you want to share anything, maybe a little bit of your origin story? How did you get into the marketing world?
Oh, yeah. Hey, thanks, Tim. It's really always great to be here. The Giver Marketing Network has been instrumental in the growth of my business, and it's just been a really awesome team to lean on to fill in gaps in our team structure when needed. And so being able to share some of my experience with the network is always a great pleasure. Yeah, I come from the corporate world, dealing with the employees in the incentive industry, working on productivity programs and consumer incentives, and really connecting the psychology of human behavior with the benefits that relate to the bottom line of the business. And so my transition came from that to wanting to relate that to the local business, the regional companies that are supporting their community and employing people and providing jobs, and just taking the knowledge that I gleaned from a full career in the corporate world and bringing it to a level where the entrepreneur, the small and regional business person, can apply these best practices to build the profits within their own organizations, to allow more jobs, higher wages, and support the community in different ways.
It's amazing how the small business has similar or the same tools that the larger corporations have now in their business when it comes to marketing, especially in their respective ventures and organizations. And you tend to bridge that gap and say, hey, when it comes to follow up or nurturing or putting a retargeting ad out there that kind of nurtures your audience that you're already been in front of, you can do this just like the multi-million-dollar or the billion-dollar company down the road. Like, you can do the same thing they do. Just let me help you as kind of the mastermind or the maestro behind the scenes, orchestrating all that. And you've done that with us. You've helped other clients. You've helped multiple layers of clients, associates, clients, and all sorts of other projects that I've been able to hear about, see firsthand, and we've presented in the past before. But this is new content. This is content you're coming up with fresh for the audience today. And so with that, Joel, thank you for sharing your story and alleviating the pain of the small business when it comes to nurturing. I love that you do that. So if you're having trouble following up with those prospects and staying in front of them, and they always tend to end up in kind of a cul-de-sac somewhere, kind of a dead end somewhere where you don't know if they're interested still or not. Joel is the guy you want to contact, and look him up even now while you're listening to this and watching this. Look him up on LinkedIn, look him up on some of the other social channels. And at the end, he'll give you a goodie today that you can have some time with him at no cost. And I know your time is worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars per hour, Joel. But you being able to offer a little bit of your time to our audience today is just a gift. And so thank you for doing that. With that, do you want to do some show and tell? Are we ready for that? Do you want to do that?
Bring it on. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go. All right, so we got nurturing for growth, or a deeper dive into nurturing. Joel, at this point, this is your baby. Take this. I'll click on some of the slides. Stacy, I know you're behind the scenes trying to help. I'll click on some of the slides because I'm seeing some of the kind of the rhythm of the presentation today. So Joel, you and I, man, let's do this together.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we have had some opportunities to talk about retargeting and different ways of nurturing a database over time. And I've been getting, a lot of requests for a much deeper dive. And so what I want to do today is really just kind of deconstruct the nurturing process and show lots of different applications, as well as some best practices and some sequences that will help anyone can do this from an organic perspective to a paid perspective. But the biggest thing is we want to lead with value, and we talk about this in the Giver Marketing Network all the time. So my goal here is to give the information that empowers organizations to exponentially grow by closing that loop right between the cold traffic and the conversion. Because in the end, we want to develop a brand ambassador. We all know word of mouth is always the best advertising. And every time we can get testimonials, any type of case studies, anything that shows credibility, it's always a great way to do that. But it tends to come with some work. So what we want to do is leverage some automated workflows. And this is what we're going to talk about more today, to help that business grow and foster a value first mindset.
So when we talk about value first, if you don't mind, I want to ask just genuine, authentic questions as we go along here, because we're always learning from each other, right? So value first, lead with value, bring something of value to the marketplace. These are phrases that tend to be used quite a bit in our own industry. What about for those who are watching that own another kind of business, or maybe lead a purpose-driven nonprofit of some kind of venture or organization where they feel like they have value inherently in the organization? That's part of their mission. But how do you recommend people communicate that on the kind of the tail end of or the beginning of a nurturing process, or the tail end of marketing process, right before somebody's about to purchase or donate or engage in a deeper way? How do we do that?
Yeah, well, and this presentation really digs deep into that subject. And I think, the biggest thing is we have a tendency to sell rather than educate, and educate. And there's something that's unique about you in your industry and in your business that cannot be sourced on the internet. You have some specialized knowledge that will come up. You may have heard this phrase, "He's forgotten more than I know," on that topic, right?
Yeah, they've forgotten more than we know, or something like that. Yeah.
Right, because they have so much knowledge that they can't, it's not going to all be out front, and it's not already. So if we can determine some really unique, specialized knowledge that you have in your industry that can't typically be sourced by someone just typing in a search term, now you're delivering value beyond what is, in the pedestrian
right
kind of audience.
In the common audience. Okay. So somehow it's going to be if I'm hearing you right, it's got to be some kind of application or deeper insight to how the mechanism or how the flow works, so that you can use emotional intelligence. You can use some things that really, whether it's a typical word search or an artificial intelligent aggregator of information, it's more than information, it's wisdom. You're applying this in a way that brings extraordinary value, not bottom of the barrel value, not value anybody can offer in your industry, but specialized value. Something
I think wisdom's a good word for it. Yeah,
okay.
For sure. What to watch out for, some best practices, things like that.
Application of that knowledge. Okay, great. Why does nurturing work, Joel? Tell us more about some of this.
So there is this marketing trap, right? We're small budget marketers. Now, that may be an individual company marketing for themselves, or it might be a solopreneur who's just helping some of the people in their community, or they've picked up Uncle Bill's company to help them, and they may have a background in marketing, but it's a small budget, right? So their main focus tends to be on cold new transactions, and very few of them really spend effort on retargeting all that acquired traffic. And they lead with a gimmick and disqualify non-purchased data. And this is where
explain that, because there's a couple of terms in there that, as marketing professionals, we understand it, but let's say that some of our audience is just either growing or learning or wanting to revisit this topic. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah. So when you go out and trying to build your business, you're acquiring some kind of traffic, either to your website or in your email, even phone calls, right? You're acquiring traffic that's coming to you. And typically we're leading with a gimmick of some kind, a coupon, a discount, a freemium, right? And then, but we've disqualified the non-purchase data. So there's all this opportunity to collect data from the market that's going to tell you how to sell to them. And instead of listening and quantifying all of that and putting it into a system, we ignore it because we're looking for the lowest hanging fruit. We're looking for that immediate benefit, that immediate transaction.
So you're saying that if I'm hearing you right, the prospects, the data, the people, the information that's coming in that we already have in our containers that are sitting there, rather than letting them kind of rot or not be as productive. You're saying put some of our efforts and our time into the containers we already have in front of us. That's actually a better low-hanging fruit than somebody who might just be kicking tires and maybe have a little bit of a desire for something.
Yeah, believe it or not, the decision to purchase was made, a long time ago before they ever got to you. And so you'll see in the financial section, we know that we're going to leave about 40% of our revenue on the table by focusing on an immediate transaction versus the recurring relationship.
Okay. So
right?
eventually they're going to buy because they do have everybody has some sense of a need or want for what you have at some point if they're in your ecosystem. It's just a matter of when and if you're still in front of them or if you've kind of forgotten about them. Okay, I got you.
And if you think, I just pulled this little stat from Facebook. They're saying, you want to spend 5 to 10% of your Facebook ad budget. I say no less than 10%. And I actually coach my clients to look at 20 to 30% of their ad budget for retargeting ads.
And retargeting means, ladies and gentlemen, for those who aren't quite aware of that, is people that are already in your database, you're just getting back in front of them again. You're re-engaging them.
Right. You're inviting them back in.
Love it. Love it.
Let's go back one last point I wanted to put on this, the ignored opportunities. Most consumers are spending money on multiple products that only partially resolve their issue. So when we go back to our initial comment about not disqualifying non-purchase data, the question is, are you listening to that data? Because they're asking for it, right? Can you solve my issue? And they're out actively buying solutions that are only 2/3 adequate, right?
Got it. And when you say non-purchase data, you mean organic engagement and engagement that's happened without you purchasing a particular ad or list of some kind, correct?
No, what I'm talking about is the data that you acquire by the traffic that comes in that didn't buy.
Got it. So the people are the non-purchasers in that phrase.
Any of that traffic, any of that data that's being collected in your Google Analytics or in your website data, regionalism, how many bots versus actual visitors. I mean, we could go on and on and on. There's just tons and tons of people that didn't buy or tons of activities that happened that were not transactional that are of high value. Because
so in a way, you could almost say non-purchaser data.
Mm-hmm.
It's the data from the non-purchasers.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
So if you're listening to that, it'll tell you what the next steps are. So let's go ahead now. So we're talking about solution-based marketing, really. Nurturing is the buyer is not asking what I want to buy. They're asking, who do I want to buy from?
That's what we're assuming here. Yes.
Right. So self-education, research, this buyer has already gone several steps before they got to you. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, oh, I think I'll put on a new roof. Right. It has to be a need. They've done some research. They've got some pricing. They've talked to friends. Now they're looking for who.
So we're assuming that in this conversation that they've gone down a journey where they've been aware of their need or want. They've done a little bit of research. Now it's our job to bridge the gap between just being aware of us to actually engaging well with us so that the trust goes from like a 3 to like a 7 or an 8 or a 9 so they can actually make a decision.
Right. And if you think of all the stuff we've talked to up to this point, it's all about that, right?
Yep.
So now what we're talking about in retargeting is looking at intent and behavior as the driver. The who is your who is the beginning of the blueprint, right? The marketing blueprint. We're already down the funnel a little ways. Now we're saying, okay, intent and behavior, that's what's going to drive my next action. And we also know that nurturing is going to be less expensive than buying cold traffic, right? Because it's data we already have. It's people we've already captured, people on our email list or database. We saw a nice question come through. Is that people that joined your list and didn't buy, or, whatever. So yeah, hopefully this answers that question. And then we're going to add automated workflows, right? So yes, Corey, that's exactly right. So automated workflows save time and provides valuable feedback. And we want to make it a simple design that gives the customer the information they want at the time they're ready to receive it. So I think another trap is in cold traffic, especially, we're looking for a transaction and we're just spewing information that the consumer's not ready for, or the buyer's not ready for.
So the fire hose effect is not a good thing, Joel? You don't want to like just absolutely automate them to death and just kind of like throw all the data at them right at the beginning? You don't want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, think of your own experience, right? Do you go and get a manual on how to install a roof? No, you start at the beginning and you kind of work your way through aesthetics and materials and costs. And then you think about how much time it's going to take and what you have to do to accommodate that, right? And there's a series of questions that you present to a vendor. So all of that is happening in the mind of the purchaser or the mind of the consumers. And we're saying, here's the end at the very beginning, rather than saying at the beginning, these are things that are going to be important to you, and this is how we're going to solve it. Okay. So that's solution-based presentation. That's that value-based information that we're talking about.
And it's got to be valuable to the audience, not just valuable to you, right? We got to think, we got to have an emotionally intelligent, like others awareness. Like this is where they're at. It's not about what's valuable to me. What's valuable to me is a sale. What's valuable to them is a solution, correct?
Right. And they're going to tell you how to do that with intent and behavior. So let's go on and dig a little deeper, because we've got a lot to look at. So tracking everything, we talk about that all the time. We want to make sure that we're delivering salient value. So not just what we think is valuable, but like you said, what's valuable to them. And we want to do that with specific workflows. And Corey, I've got some really good tips for you here coming up. Positioning, right? We want to position ourselves as the only option. And I put this term, beating the scratch test. This actually came from one of my coworkers, one of my business partners. And what we talk about is, can somebody scratch the name off of someone else's brochure and put their own name on it and hand it to the consumer? Right? So your information needs to be unique. Your value proposition needs to be specific, and that you position yourself as the only option so that no one else can take your name off, put their name on and say, yeah, I can do that too.
So it's not enough to have just a unique personality or a smile. You got to have something tangible or something you can articulate very clearly that's unique, correct?
Yeah. And if we're in a solution-based marketing mindset and you have unique knowledge, now we're delivering true value, right? And then we're going to test each step for responses. We're not testing for sales. We're looking at what I call a series of mini sales, little tiny sales, right?
Little conversions, right?
Yeah, little agreements along the way. How many yeses does it take to get to a sale, right? So if I can provide this solution and you agree that it relates to you, you're going to take the next step, right?
Some call these breadcrumbs or, micro experiences or something, right?
Yeah, but more than that, like you're talking about, emotional intelligence, it's, can I relate, right? Does this apply to me? The consumer or the buyer has to see themselves in that situation. We've had some great talks about story brand and being a guide, things like that. So, these are little miniature points of agreement that bring them closer to you.
And it's not always just knowledge. It's some kind of application of that knowledge or some kind of experience, or it's knowledge plus. It's
I mean, why do you stage a house in real estate for people coming in the room, right? You don't leave the previous family's stuff laying around. because we want that person to see themselves in the space.
Ah, that's a good analogy. That's good.
And then be authentic, be honest, no tricks, no bait and switch, all that stuff.
That's what I love about you, Joel, and a lot of the folks that we're spending time with, our clients even. There's a whole group of people that I'd say most of the people we work with are just screaming for authenticity and transparency and the real numbers, the real expectations, the real solution, not the gimmicky solution like you were kind of alluding to before, but the real solution to your particular problem, because I was listening. And I love that. That's super good.
So we talk about some of the different tools. So CRM, of course, we want to track all the activity and move people through these automated processes. Specific email sequences. So you want to think about what's the next thing they need to know? What's the next thing they need to know, right? Based on their actions. We know that it takes 4 positive interactions to create a brand ambassador, meaning they have to repeat purchase from you. And so it's a nice positive experience. They're continuing to engage with you. And it only takes 1 negative one to get a bad review, right? So
yeah,
so we know that, we used to say it takes 10 good customers to create word of mouth, and it takes 1 negative customer to create 30 bad reviews. So we have a real job to do. So this whole being authentic and providing value and allowing people to connect with you is so important, because in the end, the brand ambassador is going to multiply your business exponentially.
Do what you say what you do, give them expectations that are clear, no bait and switch, just stay real with it. CRM, what does that stand for, Joel?
Yeah, so customer relationship management. So let's go on to the next slide. I want to dig into this a little bit more. So when you have a workflow overview and you're using a good contact manager, then you can create these automations. And I'll show you how this all kind of fits together here in the next few slides. So the automation model. So we're adding a prospect to the top of our workflow. That action is going to be based on their intent and behavior. Do we need to send them a message? Do I just need to classify them in another way? Do I need to invite them to a meeting or to a webinar of some kind? And then will my system update them by creating a note or move them from one stage to the other in the buyer's journey within my system, right? And then customize these notes so that it appears on their contact record, using little trigger fields to update information about that. And a little pro tip I put here at the bottom, if your system allows it, set up browser and mobile notifications so that you receive a personalized message when your contact moves from one stage to the next. So if you have good automation, and we put people in the top of this automation, and based on their intent, they're getting a sequential set of activities. Now I want to be notified when they've moved maybe down 2 or 3 stages, right? In the meantime, I don't have to think about it. So
now there's a comment here that automation is great, and these are a big part of what we have to do in order to leverage the technology that's available to us, especially the smart business owners. What about like the phone call? Like when one of these triggers and you notice somebody goes into the next stage, can there be places where we make a quick phone call or a text message or a conversation that's maybe you notice something and then that triggers you and then you can take an action? Is that what you're alluding to here?
Right. So if you take the pro tip and you get that notification that a customer has moved from one stage to the next, then maybe in your sequence that point is when you make an personal outreach.
Got it.
Go to
Okay.
a phone call or you send them a personalized email, So let's move on. If there's more here on this. So we've got to prepare the workflows ahead of time. So automation only works because we know what's needed, right? So we have stages where we've added classifications and tags. So if I put someone in a prospecting stage, they get the right tag, they're then segmented, we give it a score, right? So all of that is in there. Then the messaging, so that they're getting the right message at the right time. Maybe they need a proposal. Maybe they need to know what the next steps are. Maybe they need to be onboarded in some specific way.
And most of this can be done in what you were talking about before, in a CRM or some kind of automated software that allows you to kind of track and walk that journey with the client. You can give them certain tags, which is certain phrases that or words that will help you search for those type of folks later. There are certain categories. It's basically categorization at another level, so that you're not having to overthink and try to remember every stage that every potential client is at. Correct?
Right. Yeah. And, we've done some things with clients based on their ability to get into a presentation, and then another set who post the presentation.
Right. Yep.
Right? So all of these stages and messaging are all pre-programmed. And then we want to look at reviewing and refining based on exiting. So, we're all so focused on putting people into the top of our funnel, we forget to go back to figure out why people haven't exited the funnel. Or maybe they have exited the funnel, but we don't know exactly why it was unsuccessful.
Right. So that more real and gritty data.
Right. And we're just chalking it up to, not a fit. Right.
Yeah. Good point.
But there may be something, deeper in there that's going to help you. And then the days at each stage is kind of an important piece of data. How long are they sitting in that prospecting stage? How long are they sitting in the middle of the funnel, right? How long have they sat in that pre-exit step, right? We want to know that and why that's important. And so our little pro tip is, when you're creating all of these, make sure you add instructions so that your team is on the same page with you. They're using the same language, the same intent of that stage, right? The application of that particular workflow is only used in this specific way. So that if you have a team of people that are out prospecting and creating leads and using your contact manager, you want to make sure everyone's using it in the same way.
Got it. Okay, that's really good. I love that.
So nurturing can also be used in discovery. So one of the things that we're finding is lead generation clutter. So in the beginning of your lead gen process, you've probably got a bunch of potential deals that are in the early stages of your pipeline, but they're just not ready to move forward through the sales process. We're not going to delete them. They're not really lost, but that creates a lot of clutter in your pipeline, right? So we can use nurturing as a way to score and qualify these potential leads. So there's a couple of examples I give in here of lead scoring. One is BANT, which is budget, authority, needs, and timeline. So you could do a sequence around that. And that just identifies leads worth pursuing, right? Do I want to spend any time with them? Well, if they've met these 4 items in a positive way, then yeah, it's worth pursuing. Or we need to nurture them from one stage to the next within the BANT profile. CHAMP is another one: challenges, authority, money, and prioritization. And that's a lead qualification process to determine how likely they are to actually buy from you, right? So we may move people from one lead scoring process into another lead scoring process. So we may have 2 or 3 workflows that we've pre-designed so that we could nurture and discover.
So you may end up with some categories, A, B, and C, or hot, warm, cold, cool, or something like that is based on some of those things you just said.
Yeah, I mean, lead scoring can be a rabbit hole of its own, but what's fun is you want to find the one that works for you. But you want to see, in a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 5, whatever it is, right? That gets them more and more into points.
What about the people that are saying, "Hey, Joel, I just have a small business. I don't know about all this nerdy stuff like the CRM and the nurturing and trying to categorize everybody and then giving them a score." How long does it take to set some of this up?
That's a great question, and I think the biggest thing I can't stress hard enough is that if you're a small business or a solopreneur, this is foundationally vital to your growth.
Tell me more.
You cannot have a extraordinary lifestyle working out of the back of your head and on post-it notes. You've got to have something that is tracking all the money that you're spending generating leads and traffic, all the time that you're spending trying to move the needle. You've got to have this system in some form or fashion as a foundation.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, this is, I was a preacher for years, so I'm just going to use this word, okay? This is a matter of stewardship.
Good point.
You're stewarding your mental space, your mind space, your revenue, your potential revenue, your time, and just in general. How many times do we sit there and try to manually do something that we know needs to be recorded on some kind of spreadsheet or something like that, where it could actually be automated, categorized, and spit out for you every week, if not every day? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and if you're not, I mean, if you're a salesperson listening to this, and I've been in your car, I've had lots of windshield time. And how many times have you driven through a community and going, "Oh yeah, I need to get back to that guy," right? Because you went by their property for some reason or another, or you saw a truck go by, or something spawned a memory.
Or you're scrolling on social media and you're like, "Oh, I forgot to connect with that, follow up with that person."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So one of the things we talk about in Giver Marketing is some of the different tools, and one is Trello, which is a classification Kanban board system, and you can utilize customized Kanban boards, and you can track leads and alter the stages of your leads that way, just to suit your business needs. So it doesn't have to be overly complicated, right? It can be a simple board structure. So start somewhere, right? But you want to start somewhere. Let's go. Gee, Joel, what do I tell them? Well, I can't make it any simpler than this, right? If you do a competition graphic, it will tell you what to tell people, right? Here's convenient, inconvenient, affordable, expensive. Where do you fall in this graph? Where does your competition fall? Why are they in one quadrant versus another? How do you compare to that, right? So now we're talking about solution-based marketing and providing value, because we're leading people to see that it's convenient and it's affordable. Whatever solution you're providing to them, and I don't care what the price tag is, you're going to demonstrate a return on that investment. Otherwise, why would they do it, right? So we're going to demonstrate value to them, and we're going to make it easy and convenient for them to work with us. So this is a great content starter.
Where did you get this concept right here? This little quadrant concept.
This actually comes out of the structure of agile marketing.
Okay.
So if you were to take a deep dive into agile marketing and workflows and systems, you might see something like this.
Take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, or go back and watch this, or pause this if you're watching the replay, because this right here is for certain minds. The simplicity of this is, even if you can't read all the lettering, you can read most of it. Just the main 4 words there, just that alone is worth kind of thinking about, or drawing out, or sketching out just right now as you're watching this. So I'm leaving it up on the screen just for a second. because if you can screenshot this, follow up with Joel, ask him about it, this alone will help your mind not get so inundated with, because we get, as business owners and nonprofit leaders, we get inundated with information too. It's not just the prospects, we do as well. So we got to figure out a way to kind of categorize this, especially with the amount that we're having come in. We got to organize it, man. We got to get it dialed in so we can use that information and those experiences well. So I love that. Thank you, Joel. This is a great visual. Not a good one, a great one. This is a really good visual. Thank you.
Betcha. So growth strategy. So using nurturing as a growth strategy for introducing products and new services. So you want to have some timing and feedback elements built into your nurturing process. So what you might introduce as a new service or a product, you would roll out to a high profile group. And that will help to establish your market position.
Okay.
Right. And then we're going to bring it out to a mass group. And the mass group is going to give us feedback. We can look at social media and get some of those comments, testimonials, those sort of things we've talked about. That's collecting, again, adding some more credibility to the product and the service. And then lastly, we're going to take all of that data and adjust so that we're reaching the market in the way they want to be reached. And I use this term when it comes to communications, when it comes to content, we have to talk to people in the way they want to be talked to. And we want to give them the language that they can hear.
Hey, say that again. That's really, 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 really good. Say that again.
Yeah. So we want to talk to them in the way they want to be reached and the way they want to be talked to. And maybe it's texting, maybe it's email, maybe it's on the telephone. Ask them, right? And the market will tell you. And then we would need to talk to them in the language that they can hear. So you may be using terms and phrases that are common in your industry, but are not common to the ear of the person hearing it. So we want to make sure, and that's what these great master classes are doing to the audience, around marketing, is we're translating a lot of these concepts and a lot of these idioms that you read about and turning it into something that you can hear and take home and make practical for use, so that you can grow, right? So if we can gather this feedback and adjust to the market, now we can use our nurturing to give us that data so we can grow exponentially.
What about for the business owner or nonprofit leader that says, I don't really need to adjust anything. I just need to keep doing what I've been doing for 10, 15, 20 years. My audience either comes to me, they like me or they don't. What about that comment?
Fantastic. Do what you always do and you'll get what you always get. So if you're happy with what you're getting, to keep doing what you're doing, but don't expect to grow.
In fact, you'll probably end up do a slow decline and you won't even know it.
Yeah, if you follow the 80-20 rule, 20% of your business will drop off every year. So if you're not adding at least 25% to your business every year, you're probably declining.
Okay. All right. That's real talk. All right. So you gotta have a system there that's built for you. It's not meant to be uber complex. It's just meant to put it together, maybe the major pieces once and then make minor tweaks along the way. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So going back to what the CRM data architecture looks like, right? We would just want to help the organization to virtually manage agile workflows. And we use the word agile because the human element needs to step in there and make modifications along the way so that it's delivering the best experience possible.
Got it. And if somebody wants to get a hold of you, Joel, and talk to you about like what CRM is the best, how much does some of the software cost? Some of the software you mentioned today doesn't cost anything. You just need to help guide them how to set it up. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. And they're all over the board. I mean, you can spend thousands of dollars a month
Mm-hmm.
You can spend tens of dollars a month. You can have it for free, right? But what we need to know is what's going to work for your business so that you're evaluating your tech based on how you run your business and how you manage your work. So I could come to you with an incredible tech stack of applications that could bust the bank and give you a fire hose of information that you will never use because it doesn't apply to you, right? But it applies to such a large group that there's parts of it you could use. So what we really want to look at is how you do business, how your customers interact with you, what information is going to be important to them, and then put together a system and a workflow.
Kind of set it up the main pieces once and then just adjust a little bit along the way. I love that. I love that. It's great how you've been able to help so many people with this process. And ladies and gentlemen, take a screenshot of this or pause this, scan this QR code with your phone. If for no other reason, just to have some fun with your QR code reader, like just have some fun with it, right? Look up Joel Snyder on LinkedIn if you want. Freeideasession.com. Did I say that right, Joel?
Yeah, that'll get you 30 minutes with me to sit and really talk about some real solutions. It's not a sales pitch. It's designed to give you a little bit of coaching to start you on your journey. If we can help and supplement you in some way through the Giver Marketing Network, those are always options, and people there's tons of genius in there to fill in, and there's plenty of people that'll give you a few minutes of their time to help coach you and point you in the right direction. If you use the QR code, you go to my virtual business card that has all my links from LinkedIn to Facebook and everything else. So you can connect with me in any way that's helpful to you. And then, of course, you can jump on my calendar at freeideasession.com. It just goes right to my calendar. You can pick a time and just answer a couple of quick questions. So
I love that, Joel. You're a classy follow-up specialist. You're a classy nurturing specialist. And one question you and I had conversation about at one point, and I'll leave this screen up for like 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last chance to grab it. So then we're going to pull it down. But one of the questions we had early on was, how much is a new client worth to us? And if it's in the thousands, then maybe another way to phrase it is, how much would you pay a professional to go find you a new client today? What would how much of your budget? How much would you pay in dollars or euros or whatever it is? How much would you pay for that new client? And a lot of people are like, well, 10% of revenue or 20% of revenue or whatever it is. Well, what is that number? What's the average lifetime value of a client? Maybe take 10% of that minimum, put it to the side and say, I'm going to put this into my nurturing and my marketing and my nurturing systems, because if I get just one new client every X amount of time, depending on your volume, one new client every day or one new client every week or even one new client every month, how much revenue, what's the impact for you on that? And if nurturing systems, and they are a system, okay? Business is full of systems. This is a nurturing system. You set it up once and you make minor modifications. That's it. It's not as complicated as some of these people on YouTube make it, okay? Yeah, we're streaming to YouTube. We're a part of that big mix, but we're not the guru that says, oh, it's so complicated. You can never do this yourself. Hire me for $47,000 and I'll do it for you, and you don't even need to know how it's done. No. Take somebody that wants to walk with you like Joel and do it that way, because this system can be set up once and create, it's like a fishing net. It'll just keep catching fish. It'll just keep going. And it won't, the classy way you do this, Joel, is super impressive to me, because when you're approaching us, me personally, some of our team members, others, you're saying, look, we're not the spammy kind of follow-up systems. That's not what we do. we'll send a quick email reminder out here, or a quick social media thing here, or we'll follow up. We'll just get pinged when they comment on social media, or we'll stay in front of them in a different way. However they want us to stay in front of them. That's how we stay in front of them. Not what's easiest for us. It's what's easiest for them. That's what we're going to do. And so that other-centered approach to marketing, you're not forcing a square peg into a round hole. You're not trying to push somebody into a room. They're asking to come into the room, and you're just opening the door. And I love the fact that we can nurture in a classy way with Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Joel, for today. We have some guests that want to come in and have a conversation. Are we ready for that, Joel?
Let's do it. Let's have some conversation. I love that part.
And all right, Laura, Ingrid, give me a thumbs up if you want to jump in the room and have some fun. Give me a thumbs up. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, we're going to have some fun. Okay.
Hey.
So this is the roundtable part of our masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we bring other marketing professionals in, put Joel a little bit on the hot seat, make him squirm a little bit, ask him some really fun and interesting questions. And we're all streaming live, so this is going to benefit thousands of people over time. And so we just want you to be, and keep asking questions in the comments, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a lot of folks have been asking questions, making comments in the social feeds that you're seeing this on. And by the way, we're here same time on this channel, the one you're watching, every week, like clockwork. I think we skipped one year. We skipped because it landed on Christmas. But every Tuesday, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, or do the time conversion if you want. But bottom line is, we're here on this channel that you're watching. People like Joel and Laura and Ingrid and Stacy Stockford and other people that talk about different aspects of marketing. So as we talk about nurturing and CRMs and follow up and these kind of buzzwords that tend to always come into our business and organizations. What questions do we have for Joel, or what stood out to you, Laura?
I've always loved Joel and his follow-up and his nurturing. I'm curious always about different techniques of follow-up. So is it good to stick with one or maybe two different ways of following up, or having different types of ways and getting creative with that in how you follow up with your potentials and your leads? What do you think is better?
So the best is the way that lead wants to be followed up with. Mm-hmm. So in the three real key indicators that is going to drive your decision-making process: cost of acquisition, cost of conversion, lifetime value of a client. Mm-hmm. So cost of acquisition is going to be made up not only of dollars, but time and resources. Do you have to give something away to move people from one stage to the next? That would be part of your cost of acquisition, right? And then once they finally converted, how much acquisition costs led up to the conversion, so that we know, okay, every sale is going to cost me, call it $500. Every acquisition might cost me $200, right? But the lifetime value of that client might be several $1,000s, right? And so, and I had this wonderful conversation with a client last week, where we have this large marketing stack made up of several different layers, which includes email, direct mail, IP address, banner ads. There's a whole system around nurturing from a predetermined list. So these people are getting hit in multiple different layers, right? So now we're reaching them we're finding them in the ways that they can can get the information. Cost of acquisition is what drives how much of that stack we dedicate in that early stage of nurturing.
So basically, it's either worth it or it's not.
Exactly, but
there's a number there where there's a kind of a cutoff range where you're just like, it's just not worth it to pay this much for a new customer.
Right, and so in our case, we had 20 pieces of direct mail in the initial marketing stack, and we whittled it down to 3 stages and put 4 in each stage. right? So we've cut some of that cost of acquiring that lead.
Love it.
Makes sense.
Good question, Laura. Nice. Thank you. Ingrid, do you have anything that stood out or any questions around a particular language set or conversation point?
It was definitely all good. I liked how you came in the back door of systems through nurturing, something that was positive to, the entrepreneur as opposed to that which is less appealing, say, of systems. I do have a question in regards to, do you have a tweak or an alternative for those who you do not want to exit your nurturing process, but to re-enter and to ascend to, say, a new offer or another stage?
So yeah, good question. I mean, I think the exit analysis is when that lead is burned, right? They're just gone, right? And we just need to know why that happened, right? So when you're reviewing your exits, you're reviewing reason, sequence, elapsed time. Maybe they weren't served in a way that was timely for them, right? But that doesn't mean you can't have nurturing workflows and additional sequences. One of the things that we do is we have a client where we actually evolve them in 30-day increments. So they're in a workflow for 30 days. Then they go to the next sequence, which is a 60-day. They go to a 90, a 120, and then they exit. That exit is not a burn of that lead. It puts them into a new email sequence where all we're doing now is delivering industry information. So now we're always top of mind, because these people are going to always be prospects of some point and sometime. We don't want to burn them unless they actively unsubscribe.
So if I'm hearing you right, Joel, there's a way to evaluate or automate, and then evaluate then automate the sequence being maybe a little bit less frequent or less just more intelligent in how it's done. And ultimately, if the only way they end up off of your radar is when they opt out, and they literally say, we're not going to be working together anytime soon. They're opting out. Mm-hmm. Just to follow up to Ingrid, because that was a great question. Do we ever go back to the opt-outs and do anything of like, hey, are you interested in re-engaging this conversation like 6 months later? Or is that not even worth it? Like, what's your thoughts on that for most industries?
Well, I mean, we can even think about a large purchase like a home or an HVAC system or a landscaping job, right? Eventually, there's a limited life, right, mm-hmm. to all of those things. And for years, people changed their residence about every 5 years. Mm-hmm. So we knew that in the real estate market, once they got to that 4 or 5 year mark, they were new prospects, right? Because now they may be thinking about changing their environment.
Good point.
Right. So just because they're in an exit stage doesn't necessarily mean that they're gone forever. We're just going to have to be smart about how we're going to communicate with them, because they're not going to be any closer to you than where they are right now until that life cycle burns.
And that works for products, that works for service-based industries, that works for many of us are coaches and consultants of some way, shape, or form. That works for all different business, nonprofits. Big donors will donate a piece of real estate or something like that, and then maybe we circle back, even after they've opted out or kind of disappeared for a while. Maybe we circle back and say, hey, and re-engage in a classy way. Keyword classy. Keep it classy, San Diego. That's what I say when we talk with Joel. He's the class he's the class of the class, ladies and gentlemen. So I love that. Well, good questions, and we're coming against the clock. Joel, I'm going to bring up your contact information one more time. So this is literally your last chance, ladies and gentlemen, to grab his free ideasession.com. we're proud of our team members. We're proud of everybody who jumped in from the green room today to ask questions. You can always look them up online. Laura, if you want to put your first and last name, people can look you up as well, just to kind of connect with some good people. But Joel Snyder, ladies and gentlemen, SNYDER. Look him up on LinkedIn. And more than that, freeideasession.com. That's worth hundreds of dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Joel has helped us on thousands and thousands of dollars worth of advice, and probably a lot more than he bargained for when we first started connecting. And he's just poured into the network and poured into clients and poured into prospects and projects. And gosh, what we just love having Joel around, because he's always thinking about, I'll leave you with this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a pre-sale nurturing that Joel is super good at, but don't forget about the post-sale nurturing. Mm-hmm. There's a sandwich there, and Joel is really good at making sandwiches. Really good. So you definitely want to connect with our friend here and make sure that he's available. And if you make a comment and you tag Joel Snyder, he will get that ping. He will follow up with you. He will do his due diligence. So at least reach out to him and see what he has to say about one or two of your questions. He's just good to have someone on your team, honestly. Like just connect with him that way too. But anyway, any last comments, Joel? Are we good?
I think we've covered it all, and just keeping in mind that it doesn't have to be overwhelming. It can feel overwhelming in the beginning, but if you work the equation backwards, we can create simple steps. And that will help to remove the anxiety of how do I do this? So, and that's something I'm happy to talk you through. So let's have a conversation and let's find out what's going to help you scale your business.
God bless, ladies and gentlemen. See you at this time, this channel.
Today's video is going to be all about summer essentials. Specifically, we're going to be talking about how to style your summer essentials and take them from basic and boring to banging and bougie. New here, my name is Chi-Chi, and on this channel we cover fashion, beauty, and lifestyle. So if you love hauls, lookbooks, vlogs, sis, you found your tribe. All you have to do now is subscribe. Sometimes just adding an additional piece can make all the difference. If you've been looking for ideas for styling pieces you already own, this video is for you. Keep on watching. Make sure to stick around all the way to the end so you don't miss any gems. So we're going to be styling 4 basics. They are as follows: a white tank, a summer must-have; white jeans, another summer essential; shorts, and a summer dress. So without further ado, let's get into it. So we're going to start off with this white tank. My favorite one comes from Target, and I always recommend that you buy multiples of your summer essentials. I have about 3 or 4 of these white tanks. I not only have this tank in white, I also have in a plethora of colors, just because I feel like the high neck really kind of works for my shape. So I decided to pair the white tanks with some shorts. This is a very quintessentially summer look. This is the kind of look I would wear to run errands on the weekend. To kind of take this look up a notch, I decided I would layer on some necklaces just to add a little bit of, je ne sais quoi, something to the look, right? And then finish things off with a light layer in the form of this oversized white shirt. Oversized white shirts are a must-have during the spring and summertime. If you don't have one, sis, run, don't walk. I will link some of my favorites down in the description box. I actually have a couple. I have like 2 more in my current cart right now because I wore my oversized white shirts to death. I would wear them as a layer on top of my outfits. I would wear them as cover-ups. Some of them I actually wear as dresses. So you can do a lot with this. So if you don't have one, get one now. Now for the next look with this white tank, I decided to pair the look with a bias cut maxi skirt. I actually have this maxi skirt in 2 other colors because I really feel like this style and cut is super flattering. Now to finish off the look, I'm gonna throw on a pair of slides. You can keep this look just like it is right now. It looks pretty good to me. However, I feel like, the look is it needs something. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to swap out those slides for these gold flat forms. So what I really like about the flat forms is that the gold in the flat forms tie into the gold accents in the bags. And something about the metallic really helps to elevate this look. I would totally wear this look to brunch. I feel like the other look I would probably just wear to run to like Target or something. Because of the additional height that I got from the platform and the addition of the gold, I really feel like it does a good job elevating the look. So let me know your thoughts, right? Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer the updated look? So next essential we're going to be styling is going to be the summer dress. This is another must-have and essential for the season. I love wearing dresses in the summer because they're flirty, they're girly, they're perfect for like brunches and bridal showers and date night, etc., right? And I always look out for dresses that are easy for me to dress up from day to night. And one of the things that I love to do with my flirty and frilly summer dresses is to juxtapose and pair them with things that are a little bit more masculine, a little bit more grungy, kind of tough. During the winter, I would totally pair a summer dress with combat boots, but it's too hot for that, so we're gonna opt for some dad sandals. They don't have to be dance sandals. You could go for something just a little bit more grungy and kind of tough. I have a pair of Doc Marten sandals that I picked up last year. That's another example of a tough looking shoe that you can use to kind of add a little bit of interest to your more frilly dresses. And to finish off the look, let's not forget a bag, and voila, you have a look. Now again, this look is perfectly fine just as it is, but I feel like we can tweak it slightly to make it even better. What do you think? I agree. So I went ahead and threw on this straw hat. I always get questions about like how to, accessorize and dress up an outfit during the summer because it's hot. It may just be, the weather may just be too hot for you to do any kind of layering, for you to add a third piece. Well, never forget a hat, sis. A hat will do that for you. If you have an arsenal of like straw fedoras, baseball caps, not only do they add some interest to your outfit, but they also help to protect your scalp from the sun. So I've had this hat for years. They bring it back every single year. It's kind of like a cult favorite. So I'm going to link it down below. And what I like about this hat is that it comes in sizes. So if you have a bigger head and you struggle with finding hats in your head size, I promise you, you will find one in your head size. Well, I hope so. I'm wearing this hat here in a size extra large and it goes up to a size 2XL. And I will link it for you in the description box down below. So let me know, which look do you prefer? The before look or the after look? Did the hat make the look better? I'd love to know your thoughts in the comments down below. Now, remember when I said I love to go for summer dresses I can pair that I can dress up or dress down and take from day to night? Here is the perfect examples. We're gonna ditch our sandals and then we're gonna opt for a pair of heels. I'm personally partial to mules because they don't have any buckles, they don't have any ties, you just slide your feet in and go. And then I opted for a pouch bag, and I really love these pouch bags because they can fit everything, okay? Everything, right? From your slides to your makeup, your phone, your everything, a whole change of clothes if you need, you can fit into these pouch bags. That's why I always offer them, because I feel like I can fit all my crap in there. So this outfit is pretty good on its own. I think so anyway. But I'm thinking like, I think we can make this look better. I think we can make this look better. And so how are we gonna make it better? I think we could swap out these mules for something a little bit more fun, right? What do you guys think? Yep, I agree too. All right, so I decided to swap out my mules for a pop of color. Don't forget, you can have fun with your footwear, with your bag. Once you have a nice collection of like neutral color accessories, don't be afraid to invest in some color, because just the addition of that pop of color can really take your outfit from boring, okay, to banging. All right, so what y'all thinking? Do you prefer the look before or do you prefer the look after? Let me know in the comment down below. So now on to shorts. Okay, shorts are already a quintessential staple for the summer season. They are a must-have. So how many ways can you style a pair of shorts? I should make a video on that, like maybe 10 ways that I style shorts. Anyways, I digress. So I have these brown paperback shorts, which I believe I featured in my how to find the perfect pair of shorts video. If you haven't seen that video and you're struggling with finding shorts that fit your current curved. Sis, that video is a must watch. Okay, I will be sure to link it for you in the description box below. Fingers crossed that I remember. So with these shorts, I decided to go for this tan colored top. The shorts are brown, the shirt is brown, kind of like a monochrome look. You can't go wrong with that. And continuing on with like my tan and brown family, I finished off the look with some brown nude sides. This is a super easy outfit that you can wear to brunch, you can wear to run errands. I love the fact that the shorts are tailored, so it really helps to elevate the look. You totally catch me in this outfit. But on the days where I feel like adding a little sauce, to my look, I feel like this outfit could be better. So I'm thinking we're gonna ditch the brown or cream colored shirt because it's cute and I'm digging the ombre look, but I think we can have a little bit of fun by adding a print. That's where this shirt comes in. So as soon as I saw this shirt, it was an instant add to cart. It was giving me 70s vibes. I loved how billowy the sleeves were. It's a brown color, but even though the colors are kind of muted, I loved how billowy the sleeves were. I loved the print on it, the pops of orange, and I really think it helps to bring out the orange in the brown of these shorts. Now, I typically don't go for shirts like this that are super billowy around the chest because, when you have a fuller chest, these type of tops tend to emphasize that. But how I was able to combat with this top was that I opened up some of the buttons to help create that deep V and elongate the neck. Okay, that was one of the tips I shared in my big bust styling video. So if you haven't seen that video, sis, make sure to check it out, especially if you have a bigger bust and a fuller bust. All right, I'm really digging this shirt and how it just added a little bit of something to the look. I personally think that it really took this look from the original look from basic to, hanging. I think so. But let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. Do you prefer the original look or do you prefer updated look? If you're enjoying the video so far, sis, hit that like button. Also, this is a great time to share the video. Not only does it pay it forward, but you may know someone who's been searching for this video. So the next basic we're styling are white jeans. So we're gonna start off styling these white jeans with my tan t-shirt. I think we're gonna go for these clear sandals, my cream colored crossbody bag to kind of keep things all in the same color family. And this is like a super easy look that I would wear again to run errands, to have a casual meal, etc., etc. Although there's absolutely nothing wrong with this outfit, I would totally wear this look. I feel like we can make it better. I think we can make it better. So instead of our tan t-shirt, let's have a little fun. Let's add a little texture with this H&M mesh sweater. What I really like about this sweater is that it has holes all over it. So you can pretty much wear it now up until I would say mid to late June. I felt like the other look was very tonal, very bland, and the addition of this texture to the look, does something. What do you think? Let me know. So let me know in the comments below which look you like better, the original look or the updated look. So we're gonna ditch the sweater. Okay, so if you're wondering about like how you can wear white jeans, there we go. The lightweight chiffon shirt. This is actually the top from a two-piece that I picked up last year from Pretty Little Thing. It's super lightweight, like it's almost non-existent. So if you're wondering about how you can layer in the summertime, chiffon tops are your best friend, especially if you're someone who is new to wearing crop top, isn't quite comfortable showing maybe all of your belly or maybe even your arms. This is a look that always works and it just makes your outfit look like you thought about it, but really all you did was added a shirt. That's it. And again, what I like about this shirt is that when you get to the beach, you can totally ditch the rest of your outfit and that shirt would act as a really cute cover-up that you can pair with your bathing suit. So let me know your thoughts with this look. Do you like the before look or do you like the after look? Let me know in the comments down below. So this is just a fraction of the summer essentials and basics that you will need. I actually have a summer wardrobe checklist. There will be a link in the description down below. All you have to do is sign up for our newsletter and you will get an email from us with a link that you can download the checklist, right? I know I've made at least one video where I talk just about summer essentials. So if you're interested in more summer essential talk, I will also link that video for you in the description down below. And if you're curious about this gorgeous pink overshirt that I have on, or this tank top, I always link all of my outfits in the description box of this video. It's going to be under the shop my outfits link, and that's going to take you over to my LTK. If you're wondering what LTK is, it's basically an app where I link all of the items that I feature, all the stuff that I have my eye on, that I'm looking to buy. I not only link my fashion stuff, I also link my beauty stuff. So my favorite foundations, lip gloss, I link everything on that app. While you're there, just go ahead and just download the app and follow your girl, okay? I promise you, you won't regret it. If you enjoyed this video just like this, all you have to do is subscribe now. Check out this video.
I'm here with my good friend Tanner, and today we're gonna talk about how style affects confidence in the gym. So I'm here with my good friend Tanner, who runs Masculine Style. You are my style coach.
I am.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about style in the weight room, and specifically how it affects confidence. You know, we talk a lot about, you know, people are crazy about the music they listen to in the weight room. If they're going for a big PR or a big lift, they want a specific thing to hear, that they think about the atmosphere around them. They want an atmosphere where maybe there's people watching or clapping or cheering them on, like workout partners. All of that stuff we give a lot of thought to, but we often don't think about the impact that style has, or our clothing specifically has, on our confidence and therefore our performance in the weight room. How does that apply to us?
Yeah, I think that one of the big mistakes that a lot of people make, especially men tend to make, is the association or the assumption that my style really only has an impact on the way that other people perceive me. And it's really easy when it comes to, you know, going through a good like prep routine before you try and do a squat PR, that you get under the bar the right way, or get your, you know, you get your pump music on or something else like that. It's easy for us to understand that the real purpose of that is to get you really present in the moment. And clothing has that exact same effect as well. And so that should be your primary purpose when you think about your clothing, is how can I dress in a way that it makes it so that I'm very present in what it is that I'm doing. That may be so that I feel like I'm performing for other people, or at least that I'm not feeling self-conscious about what I'm wearing. You can't totally omit the fact that other people have an opinion, and you will have that kind of bleed into your brain a little bit. But even more so than that, because even if you, I mean, I've got a garage gym, I work out at home. And even just the ritual of putting on, like, these are my gym clothes, or this is what I wear to do this versus what I wear to do that, is different. And if you challenge that idea, I mean, go try and set a PR wearing jeans and a sport coat. And tell me that it doesn't affect your ability to just mentally be present and feel like you're ready to go in and do the work.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, vice versa. One of the things I've learned from you is that I don't wear my gym clothes on my business Zoom calls anymore either. I dress like the CEO of the company that I am. And so for me, figuring out what I need to wear to make me feel more present in the moment first is really important. And then there is a piece of this where I don't want to feel silly, or our viewers don't want to feel silly by whoever else is present in the room. Now, that's not primary for us. For me, I'm training in the garage, or I'm training in my home gym with my wife, who I've been with for almost 30 years. She doesn't really care about the way I look, and yet I've noticed that, like, I try to wear gym clothes that she compliments me on when I wear them, and she does the same for me. Like, she knows that there are certain outfits I'm like, you look great today, and we're the only audience that we have, and so both we feel good about what we're wearing, and therefore we feel like we're ready to perform and more present in the moment. But I also feel like this person who's watching me, this person who I actually love and care about their opinion of me, not the stranger in the gym who I don't know at all and I'll never see again, that I also am being able to do something for them where they're like, man, they look really good while they're performing the lift. So there is a little bit of that as secondary for me as well.
Yeah, it's not to say that it doesn't exist. I mean, you have to be a complete sociopath to say that nobody's opinion of me matters and it doesn't affect my self-perception or my ability to perform or anything to that effect. And so absolutely, but it's secondary instead of primary.
Yeah, that's great. So do you have suggestions specifically about the way we think about the clothes we wear for performance? So not just the presence of, or the sort of culturally atmosphere, the way it sets me in my mindset, but how certain things, like, for example, I'll think about things like, I don't want to wear baggy shorts when I squat that are going to inhibit the depth of my squat. I don't want to wear slick t-shirts on a bench press where I'm going to slide down the bench. Have you thought about that much? And then trying to figure out, sometimes those things that are the most functional are often not the most stylish. So trying to find the combination between the two, I think, is really important as well.
Yeah, so basically what you're getting at is the idea that you have two different purposes. You have function and you have form.
That's right.
And sometimes it can feel like they're mutually exclusive. Most of the time they're not.
That's
you just
right.
have to do a little bit digger deeping. And so function, obviously, with something as physical as what we're doing in the gym is huge.
Yeah.
Again, trying to deadlift in a three-piece suit doesn't
Not gonna work.
It doesn't work from a form perspective, and it absolutely doesn't work from a function perspective.
That's right.
And so you have to be able to find and wear things that are going to work in that regard. And I think one of the things that's so fascinating about this is you look at even just the different barbell disciplines, where you look at the way bodybuilders dress versus the way CrossFit athletes do, which is different than how powerlifters do.
Right.
And you get all of these little things that they start off and they're rooted in function, and then from there they start to expand and kind of extrapolate into form, where maybe colors get introduced or the cuts are a little bit different and the materials may breathe a little bit differently or something else. And so I would say that's when you start to move into the form component of it, is what is it again that is going to make you feel the most confident and competent in the environment in which you find yourself. Because you can dress like a CrossFitter in a powerlifting gym and you're gonna feel some level of self-consciousness because you don't belong in the environment. Or if you're not totally killing it with your physique and you're wearing all the latest, like most hype beast athletic bodybuilder gear, and there's a dissonance between what your clothing says and what your body says, that creates this self-consciousness. And so it's being able to really just pay attention to and calibrate, again, functionally, what does my clothing do? But then from a form perspective, what is it that's going to make me feel present? What is it that's going to make me feel like I'm sending the right signals to other people and to myself so that I can be there and I can actually focus on the task at hand instead of always having these little things in the back, like, she's looking at me this way, or this dude's laughing behind my back, or I don't really care, but you spend all this time convincing yourself you don't care. That's where all your mental energy goes. And if you get it dialed, that all disappears. And you just get to focus on the job.
Yeah, that's great. I really like that. I like too that you actually talked about like the idea. There is a concept too of dressing for who you want to be, but you can take that too far, right? So you can go like, look, if you are a completely out of shape beginner, you don't have the V-taper of a bodybuilder, but you decide to wear the super short shorts or the Zubaz pants and the string tank top. But you've got the extra side boob coming out. Like maybe you could take one step in that direction, and so a little more form-fitting clothes. Like for me, I remember back in the when I was a poor college kid, I would just take an old T-shirt, cut the sleeves off, and wear an old T-shirt. But like. And I still have, honestly, I have those. Some of those are in storage as sort of memories of what I used to look like.
Because you've injected all this meaning and symbolism onto them.
But now I like to dress in a way that it's form-fitting, it's tight-fitting, in my shoulders and my arms and my chest. It's got enough drape in the waist. The shorts are not bunchy or in a way that's going to inhibit any of the lifting. The shoes that I wear are, so I'll wear tennis shoes when I bench press. I'll wear squat shoes when I squat or deadlift or press, and so, or knee sleeves when they're appropriate. And even things for me, like making sure that the colors coordinate between the shoes, the knee sleeves, the belt, the shorts. And again, some people aren't going to care, but for me, that I'm a little bit OCD, that if I get too many colors that are contrasting in a way that sort of makes me feel weird, then I'm actually thinking about how ridiculous that looks.
And so you're paying attention to that instead of the lift.
And I want to be present. So even for me in the music, I talked about this on the podcast a couple weeks ago. I've lifted for so long that I don't come up with a new song to pump me up for every single PR song. People that have watch my videos or listen to podcasts know I listen to Bleeding Me by Metallica. Now, it's not the greatest song in the world. I'm not saying there's anything
special. But it does the job for you.
It's familiarity. It puts me in the present moment. So it's not about screaming rah, 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 slap in the face, adrenaline rush. It's about almost every PR I have ever set for the past 20 years has been set with that song playing. So it takes the focus from here to here. It narrows it. And I've started to have the same thing with my clothes. I have certain clothes that I wear when I want to set deadlift PRs, when I want to set squat PRs, and they're a little different, right? Rachel thinks about she'll bench press and press with tank tops on, but she won't squat with tank tops on because too much skin is exposed to the knurl on the bar. So so she's going to wear more of a form-fitting shirt than a tank top. So the combination of clothes that make you feel confident, clothes that make you feel good, and also clothes that are functional for the performance that we're going to do, really ultimately put us in the moment.
Totally.
And as much as music or anything else we're going to do.
Well, and you can even take it and extrapolate it beyond the gym, and you think about anything, you look at any culture and you look at ritual, okay? Whether that's a religious ritual or a civic ritual or something else, and there's always these kind of elements where there's certain body movements that happen. That's what you're doing when you're in the gym. There's certain music or chants or something else that's associated with it, and so that's the same thing that gets you present. And there's always ritual clothing that's associated with it too, because you get the combination of those three things where you take these physical inputs of what you see, what you hear, and what you do when you move, and it affects your state of mind. And so we're absolutely insane to not consciously and conscientiously think of those three elements when we're going through the ritual of making ourselves better in the gym.
Yeah, I love that. One thing which you never mentioned was brand. I'm not trying to impress people with the money I'm spending on my clothes. It's never that, right? And that doesn't mean that there aren't high quality brands out there. We have the brands that we love. We have the brands that don't fall apart. When you're training hard, low quality clothes will fall apart over time. But it's not about having the logo on the shirt or the logo on the shorts or whatever. It's more about all of those other things, the way it makes me feel, the way it performs. Like, that's what I'm looking for first to be present in the moment.
Yeah, and again, it's finding the brands that even they get it on that level, where it's not this kind of like crass, overt status display, or it's the kind of big name that everybody's associated with. You know, some of my favorites are really the smaller brands like Oliver's Apparel or 10,000 or Kino Clothing or some of these others that they allow the clothing to do the talking both to the audience, but most importantly to you. It's not that I'm a billboard for this particular company.
That's right.
My identity is wrapped up in this brand. It's that the clothing is there to supplement you and who you are, as opposed to you being an advertiser.
That's right. And I'm the same way. So I don't have any relationship with clothing manufacturers. I love like Lululemon shorts, Lululemon pants. They fit really well. I like the way they perform. I wear Fresh Clean tees or True Classic tees, which are no logo tees. They're made to fit tight, tight where they're supposed to be tight, arms, shoulders, not overly tight, drape in the midsection, and they just make me feel better about who I am. I can see myself in the mirror and I just think like, okay, I look the part here. I don't look frumpy. I don't look, messy. And so I love that look. And then, man, this is just another place where the world has completely changed over the last several years. 5-10 years ago, we didn't have options like this. That was it. That's what it was. Like, you would go on and you see these ads on social media, and they were for the ridiculous bodybuilding. It was the string all the way, barely, not even covering the nipples. And that, you're like, I'm not gonna dress like that. That's exactly right. So I do love that even fitness clothing now, the way we style in the gym can actually reflect who we are even in the rest of our life.
Totally.
And that's really, really cool. So you've got that opportunity. And so if it's not something that you've thought about, you've probably thought about the music that you listen to. You've probably thought about the gym that you train at, whether that's a home gym or a public gym, a place that's the great atmosphere where people are supporting you and encouraging you. Style should just be another one of those variables that we put a lot of thought in to help us perform and be in the moment.
Yeah, and watch it just key up everything else that you're already doing. It's such a supplement, and there's this synergy of when you get the right environment, the right music, and then you add in the right clothing, and you're better at it.
Yeah, I love it. So for more of this conversation, you've been on my podcast on Barbologic. We'll link it in the show notes. We actually also, Nikki and I just talked about this in a recent Barbologic podcast on confidence in the gym. You can check those in the show notes. And for more great tips on accessories, confidence, and how to perform in the gym, just click the link right up there in the corner. See you next time. Hey everybody, you just met Tanner and I in the previous video that we just did. Tanner is a sponsor of this video, but he's also my style coach.
Yeah, I would love to chat with you guys, especially because you'll find out that my approach is very similar to what Matt and the Block team do. It's minimum effective dose. It's how this contributes to your overall quality of life, not making this the biggest, most important thing that you have going on. So if you want to...
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's edition of Unlocking Your Truth, a
Yes.
talk about metaphysics and spirituality. And we broadcast on 101.7 FM across the Fraser Valley. You can also catch Unlocking Your Truth on all the major podcasting platforms. And you can look at past episodes on my website, drlesliephillips.com. And I'm here, I'm Dr. Leslie Phillips, and with my
sidekick.
sidekick,
Corey.
That's right. Unlocking Your Truth is a talk show about metaphysics and spirituality, and every week we have a different discussion topic. And we also open up to the people who are listening live to ask questions. Now, how might you listen live and be a member of the chat room, I hear you ask. If you're listening on the radio show or you're listening on the podcasting platforms, well, all you need to do is you need to join the Awaken Your Psychic Abilities Facebook group, which is monitored by Corey, and you need to tell Corey that you're joining because you were invited by listening to the podcast, so that he knows why you're there. And if you don't like Facebook, you can also catch us on YouTube, because we live stream, we pre-record the show and we live stream on YouTube as well.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. Tonight's topic is present time.
Is it?
Being in the present moment.
It's living in the present moment.
Living in the present moment. And why might we want to do that? And what do we mean by the present moment anyway? What's the present moment? The present moment is the here and now. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, but however many years you have lived on this planet in this lifetime, have you ever experienced a time when your body was in the past or in the future? Have you, Corey? Has your body ever been in the past or the future?
No.
No, it can't.
I had to think for a minute there. Has it? No.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single one of us who can say, oh yeah, my body was in the past. Because if your body was in the past, for your body at that point, it would still be in the present moment.
Yes, definitely.
So your body, your physical body, can only be right here, right now, in this time-space reality. Your body exists in time and space. You are the spiritual consciousness that animates the body. The body is your vesicle. Vesicle? It's not a vesicle. Well, you can be anytime, any place, anywhere. So often, and I'm sure you've all had this experience, where while your body is in the present moment, you are not. And I'll give you a couple of examples of that. Did you ever get into your car and go on a journey from A to B? And you got in the car and off you went, and you arrived at your destination. And you were conscious when you got in the car, and you were conscious when you arrived at your destination, but you've had very minimal, if any, recollection of the time that has elapsed in between. And this is really, really common, especially on a trip that we do every day, like driving to work, or even if you're on public transport. It's very, very common that we phase out of this reality. We go somewhere else. So where do we go? All manner of places. We might be in the future because we're thinking about the meeting that we're going to have with our boss when we finally do get to work, or all the to-do lists that we have. We might be in the past because we're thinking about the argument we have with our husband last night, or, oh, I do hope my child will do well in his math test. Or maybe we are, we're in the past, maybe we're in another place. Like, oh, I have a relative that's unwell and they live abroad and I'm very concerned about them. So your consciousness can be past, future, present, but in another place than your body is. But your body can only ever be here and now. So that's what we need by the present moment, right? It's right here, right now, where your body resides. You, the spirit, you are not limited by time and space as your body is. You are an eternal, multidimensional being, and you exist beyond this time-space reality.
I think that's my favorite saying, that we live beyond time and space as a spirit being.
Yeah. Yeah, you are multidimensional. So how can we be in the present moment with our body, and why would we want to be doing that anyway? Why would we want to be doing that? Think about your body as a focal point. It is a focal point. It is your focal point for focusing your energy through in this lifetime. And everything happens from this vehicle, from this vessel. You manifest your reality from here, right? This is the piece of you that's in the here and now, that's radiating energy, that's determining what you end up creating. So if you vacate the vessel, if you vacate the vehicle, then yes, you're still creating your reality, but it's happening all very unconsciously. But if you can learn to be present within the body, be grounded within the body, be awake and aware within the body, then you can direct the vehicle. You can make conscious choices about your life, and you can be in charge of the energy field that is within your body. And this is what rules your manifestation, your ability to manifest. It's determined by that energy field, by that energy vibration. So you want to be in charge of it, you want to be directing it. So that's one very good reason to stay close to your body. But how do you do it? Well, if you think about mindfulness, we've all heard of mindfulness. It's probably the most common type of meditation practice that's out there in the Western world, mindfulness. And what does that mean? It means being very present and awake and aware. And how do we do it? By paying attention to the body. And by paying attention to the body and what's going on in the body, it draws us into the present moment, which is the point of maximum power for you to create your reality. So the body, when you think about it, it's got 5 senses. And so if we focus on the 5 physical senses, such as sound, listening to my voice talking, that's helping you come into the present moment, because I am talking in the here and now through my body in the here and now to your body in the here and now. So if you listen to that sound, any sound that is around you and around your body that your body is picking up, if you focus on that, it helps to pull you into the present. If you use your physical eyes to look at what is around you, here's a plant next to me on one side, and here's some flowers on the other side. If you use your vision to focus into the here and now, that also helps you. If you focus on your sense of touch, you feel your clothes, feel your skin on your face, your hair, anything, touch it, feel it, sense it that way. It helps you come more fully into the body. Or any tastes or smells. all of these signals from the 5 physical senses are being experienced by your body in the here and now. And by you focusing on them, it helps bring you into the present moment. A very, very common technique in mindfulness and pretty much most forms of meditation is to focus on the breath. Because if I am breathing in and breathing out, and breathing in and breathing out. As spirit, I don't breathe, but my body breathes. It's my body that's breathing. So if I focus on the breath of the body, it pulls me into the present moment. My body does some other things. It has a heart, and the heart is constantly beating, constantly beating and distributing blood and oxygen and nutrition around the body. So if I focus on the heartbeat, that's happening in my body, that also pulls me in to the present moment. So the more that you focus on your body and what's happening within your body, the more you are in the present moment. And like I said before, it might seem obvious, but actually it's not so obvious. Most humans are not in the present moment and not in their body. I gave you an example earlier where you go on a trip and you don't even remember how you got from one place to another. Another common one is Googling on the internet or playing a game on the internet or something, right? It's just sucking your attention in to that virtual space rather than being present within your body. So there's lots of common examples of how we do that, how we phase out of reality. And a lot of people will be outside of the body because the body is not a pleasant place for them to be. And why? Because they've stored some unpleasant things within the body. So they start to come into the body and they say, I don't like this place. It's not a pleasant place to be. I'm out of here. Examples are, if you've been through a traumatic experience, often in a traumatic experience, our immediate reaction is just to leave. Or if you've spent a lot of time being drunk or high, then you are not necessarily in the body when you're doing that. And there can be, other reasons, other like physical pain and so on or emotional pain that's going on in the body that you are in denial of, that you don't want to face, you don't want to deal with. And so you tend to float around in spiritual space rather than time space. And it's a common thing as well, I think, in many New Age spiritual practices to have a focus on heaven rather than earth, and to open up to up there and out there and forget about down here and in here. But the larger part of you is always up there and out there. Meanwhile, you've created this body. And why have you created this body? You've created this body for a special purpose, to have the experience of being in time, space, reality. And then you forgot to drive the car. So we need to learn to drive the car. Take charge of the vehicle. Look after it. Keep it clean and tidy. Make it a pleasant place to hang out, because we're meant to be driving around in it all the time. And so pretty much every show, I talk about grounding, and I lead you in the direction of a free meditation on my website to teach grounding, and I'm doing it again this time. So if you go on my website under free stuff, you'll see some free meditations, and if you go there, you can download a meditation and it will teach you 2 things, and both of these things help you be present in the here and now within the body. The first one is called grounding. Grounding. It's an energy technique to create an energy flow from your first chakra to the center of the earth. And it helps anchor you, the high vibration consciousness, into the body. It helps make it safe for your high vibration energy to come into the body. So this is a spiritual technique that I'm talking about. Sometimes when I talk about grounding, people go, yeah, I know what grounding is. And there's lots of different ideas out there about what grounding is. And for some people, it is go and stand outside in the grass barefoot, connect with nature in that way. And that can be a good way to focus in the here and now and into your body, because you're paying attention to your feet on the grass and all of that. But the spiritual technique of grounding is extremely powerful and is also a way of helping you heal whatever reasons have caused you not to be in the body in the first place. So if you have pain and trauma, and when you come into the body, you say, well, I can't meditate because my back hurts, because somehow you've stored some painful situations and memories in there. Grounding helps you now to release that, to make the vessel, the vehicle, the body, a more pleasant place for you to hang out. The second technique is called centering, and it teaches you to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. Center of your head's in your body. And so, of course, that also helps you to bring you into the present moment. I have to take a break now, folks.
Yeah.
So
we'll take a short break, and after we come back, you can talk about centering some more.
Sure.
And then we'll start doing readings for people. Yay. That's in the future, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back to Unlocking Your Truth, where we're talking about being in the present moment, which is the only place that the body can be. It's always here and now, here and now, here and now, this moment, 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 this moment. Always in this moment. The moment changes, but you're always in it.
Same as your breath. Just one moment, one moment, one moment, one breath, one breath, one breath.
So before the show, I was talking, this segment of the show, I was talking about a meditation you can download from my website that will teach you 2 techniques. In the first segment, we talked about the grounding technique, and we were just starting to talk about centering, which is a technique to place your conscious awareness in the center of your head. And it's another way that you can bring your focus here into present time where the body is, because you're sitting within the seat of consciousness within the body. It also has many powers, and one of them is the power of neutrality, which is brilliant, because if for some reason you've stored some things in your body that you don't like and you don't like being there, if you're grounded and you're centered, then it's easy to be present and be neutral about what you find, and to be in a state of acceptance rather than judgment and resistance against what you find. Because if you are in judgment and resistance, then it's much harder to change that thing. So if you're in the center of your head, you can be neutral and accepting, and then it's easier to release and let go. All right, so there's a well-known author called Eckhart Tolle who wrote a book called The Power of Now, and that's all about what we're talking about tonight, being in the present moment. That's a great read. I'm sure pretty much most people in the spiritual realm have read it, but if you haven't, read it. It's excellent. So I'm just going to open up the floor to questions already, I think. If there are. If there aren't, we'll keep talking. But
yeah, I think the gurus in India have a lot of wisdom when it comes around to being in the present. And as I alluded to before about breathing, we can, each breath that we take, we're here, right now. You can't take a breath in the future and you can't take a breath in the past. And when you look at your breath or focus on your breath a little bit, you're very much so in the present, because each breath is life-giving. You can't skip a breath. You can never skip a breath. Heartbeats can skip. Your heart can stop. But if you stop breathing, it doesn't. It doesn't. Even hearts can come back, but once your breathing stops completely, that's it. You're done. It's a very strong thing to be in the present.
Yeah, bodies need air.
Yeah, and
That's something we do when we're not present within the body, and when we are anxious or stressed out or focusing on something that isn't. We sometimes do forget to breathe. Actually.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I think that's one of the things we do stop breathing, or start breathing shallower or deeper, or depending on what's happening in our lives.
Yes.
The breath has a lot to say, in essence.
It's
It's very
everyone
interesting.
who's listening to the show, and actually it's okay if you're driving, you can do this, whatever you're doing, is to just focus on the breath. And take a really long, slow, deep breath and fill your lungs to capacity.
But don't pass out.
And then once you're at the top of the breath, take a really long, slow, deep breath out and empty your lungs to capacity. And when you are breathing in, you are revitalizing, replenishing, receiving, taking in from the universe. And when you are breathing out, you are letting go, you are releasing, you are relinquishing. And so that rhythm of the breath is, it's helping you, giving you the opportunity to reset your energy in every moment, actually, and to, at least on a physiological level, release things that you no longer are needing within the body, like you're expelling carbon dioxide and so on. But it also can be a very spiritual inhalation and exhalation to help you reset your energy. But there's lots and lots of breathing techniques that do help you to bring yourself into the present moment and reset your energy. One of them is called square breathing, where we breathe in and we count to, I think it's 6 breaths, 4 seconds. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, breathing out, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do that 4 times, breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4, holding the breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. And hold. And inhale.
That really brings you present.
And hold. And exhale. And hold. called square breathing, and it helps you to reset your energy, and it brings you into focus in the here and now and connects you with your body. All right.
All right. Well, I have one question from Lorraine in Facebook, and she says, centering seems very important. How do you get there?
Okay, well, take 2 fingertips, place one fingertip at the center of your forehead, place another fingertip side of your head slightly above and slightly behind one of your ears, and imagine that you have a line of light emanating from the end of each fingertip. It will make the sign of the cross, and in the very center of your head is the center of the cross. That point is where the pineal gland is, in the center of the brain. It's also the center of the 6th chakra. And what you do is you focus your conscious awareness right there at that point where the pineal gland is. So you need to sort of, first of all, where am I? Where am I? You know, where am I? Where is my consciousness right now? And then bring your consciousness to float above the top of your head. And then come and sit on the top of your head in the crown chakra, where the fontanelle is. And then you can enter the body through the top of your head and then just move down and into the center of your head. That's how you get there. That's how you get to the center of your head. And you must be grounded to do that, because the grounding helps your energy come into the body. You're very high vibration, very high energy, and the body is a much lower vibration. So we can make that connection and we can come into the body when we're being grounded. So those 2 techniques go together. Thank you for the question, Lorraine.
Thank you, Dr. Leslie. Our next question is from Prasad. So I'm going to try to decipher it a little bit. And he says, before the war, I sent with prayers rare holy ash packet of Shirdi Sai Baba, which is 1 per person, you only get 1, to Ukraine envoy in India for protection to be dropped on Ukrainian soil. But he is sacked now for being with Russia. Now this is where it falls apart. And it says, what it makes out, Dr. Leslie, can you tell us more? That's the question in the Q&A session. Can you please respond?
What it makes out?
Yeah, I think he says, can you tell a little bit more, talk a little bit more about the issue with trying to get that package to Russia? He sent it to an envoy in India to take to Ukraine and drop it in Ukrainian soil, sort of to try and bless the Ukraine, but it didn't seem to make it there, that as far as he knows.
Okay, and so he wants
Was
me
he
to
in?
memorize
Was he
it?
in? Was he in one of your Q&A sessions, Prasad?
Oh, I think he went to one of the free Third Thursday sessions. I'm doing these free Third Thursday sessions, which is an hour on a Thursday at 1 p.m. And it's usually every 3rd Thursday, except for July and August, where it's going to be the 4th Thursday. Maybe I should just change it to the 4th Thursday. So there's one tomorrow, and it's from 1 o'clock Pacific time to 2 o'clock Pacific time. And people who are interested in developing their psychic abilities and want to ask questions about developing their psychic abilities can show up to that Zoom call. You can sign up to it on my website, and also find out more about my psychic development courses. And if you can't find it on my website, just email info@drlesliephillips.com and I'll send you an invitation. Because I actually think I was doing it as an invitation only to people who have done the psychic quiz, get invited to that. So if you haven't done the psychic quiz on the website, go do it, and then it will send you the link to that live session. I'm not sure what Prasad is asking, Corey, so maybe we can get him to type a bit more and we can just
Okay.
on to another question.
Okay, Prasad, please just a little bit more, explain just a little bit more what you would like. Thank you. This is from Najiri. Hello, Najiri. Nice to hear from you again. I'm not sure why every time I'm about to manifest something, I really desire when I'm 98% of the way there is always a last minute delay. This is happening right now. What do I need to release? I would like to break this cycle once and for all.
That's interesting, isn't it? We'll have a look. Well, to me, it looks like connected to that thing of, it's almost like if I get it, I'll have to validate how powerful I am. And I'm a bit afraid of my own power. That's what it seems to be, some version of that. So I see the excitement building at getting the thing, and then as the excitement builds, you sense your own power, and then you go, oh, I'm really powerful, and I might have to acknowledge how powerful I am. So that's what it looks like to me.
I don't think that's solely a Najiri issue. I think we all get there. I remember somebody telling me, I guess you could call it a joke around this. He says, yeah, so he says, I went out to get to a job interview. I felt really good about this job interview, and I felt certain. It was really amazing. I prepared for it. I researched the company. I went to the interview, and it was amazing. It was like I was at home, and everybody loved me, and it was phenomenal. I know this is my job, and this was on a Monday, and the fellow who did the interview said, "I'll give you a call on Friday," and with the answers. And so he waited and he waited and he waited, and there, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to get this job. I know it. And he said and meditated on, I'm going to get this job. I know I'm going to get this job. And Friday came along and the telephone rang, and it was this company, and it was the gentleman that did the interview. And he said, I'm sorry to say, but you didn't get the job. And the fellow said, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. He hung up. He said, I knew I wouldn't get it. We do that. We think we're being completely involved in our intention setting, but like she says, there's that she's 98%. You can't be 98%. You got to go all the way. Just let it go. Right, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, it's vibrational. So the more in alignment and the more you're believing in your manifestation, the more likely it is to manifest. And the more that you're doubting and disbelieving, the less likely it is to manifest.
Definitely. Okay, this is from Brian. Brian says, is yawning, coughing, sneezing, are those signs of moving energy that seems to be happening a lot lately, and it seems to be connected to energy shifts I'm aware of?
The short answer is yes.
Give us a long answer, Dr. Leslie.
Yawning, coughing, and sneezing, they are all crying, tears coming out your eyes. They're all ways of releasing energy. And it's funny, I had a breakthrough session with one of my students today, and she said, Dr. Leslie, I keep yawning when I meditate. Is that normal? And I said, yeah, it's absolutely is normal. And it's quite common for people who are even doing psychic readings. Actually, it looks like you're bored, but you're yawning because it's a natural way of releasing energy. Because often when we're meditating, doing a psychic reading, there's a lot happening, there's a lot shifting, there's a lot changing, and it's just one of the ways that the body just naturally gets involved to help release energy. So yeah, Brian, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leslie. Very good. Najiri says, wow, this is quite profound. I received this. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you. This is from Carol. Carol says, I remember you mentioned to stay in the center of your head throughout the day. I find myself sitting back to front of my head. Any tips?
So I've got a number of different Carols actually in my courses. I think it's
It
the
is Carol
um,
Mann.
Yes. So I would never have said to stay in the center of your head for the whole of the day. What I would have said is be in the center of your head depending on what you're engaged in. If you do an intellectual job, or if you're doing your accounting, then or something administrative like that, or operating machinery, then you be in the frontal lobes of your brain, because now you're doing a function that is very much in the physical, and your brain is geared to help you do those physical tasks like thinking and working things out in a logical, linear way. So be in the center of your head when you want to access your neutrality, when you want to access your clairvoyance, when you want to access your intuition. Be at the center when you want to be non-judgmental. When a challenging situation arises and you're finding it difficult to be neutral because you feel like somebody's picking on you or something like that, then be in the center of your head. Or if you want to look at a choice that you're going to make and you want to access your intuition, then be in the center of your head. So be in the center of your head depending on what you're doing and what you're wanting to tap into. Is it your intellect? Is it your intuition? And then she said she has a tendency to be back to front. I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but probably what might be happening is, as you're naturally needing to do tasks that involve your brain, you're moving forward because that's the place you need to be to do that task. So that's not a problem. The problem arises is that most people stay in their intellect all the time and then they can't access their intuition. And most people, when they're trying to access their intuition, get in their intellect and that interferes. So they're both great places to be. It just depends on what you're doing. All right, then we have to go to another break. Welcome back, everybody, to Unlocking Your Truth, where tonight's show is on being in the present moment, but we are in that stage in the show where we open to your questions and you're welcome to ask about anything.
By the way, Lorraine says, Dr. Leslie, you look lovely tonight.
Thank you, Lorraine. I don't
Brian.
have my that I put in my hair on tonight, do I?
Yeah, and Brian says, thank you. And Carol says, oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie. I must have got it mixed up.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I mean, just on that question, I had another question today in a breakthrough session with a student, and she'd taken some other training, and the teacher had told her to open her crown chakra. If she wanted to be a medium and talk to people who'd passed away, or what you must do, she said, is you must open your crown chakra. And then this person was sort of telling people to just keep their crown chakras open. And this lady said, well, it never felt right to me. And I felt sort of disassociated from reality. And I didn't feel like I was in my body. And I said, well, of course not. Because if you have your crown chakra really wide open, you are connecting with not just this reality, but everything that's out there in the universe. So there's a tip. If you want to be in the present moment, don't have your crown chakra wide open, just have it open a little bit, because that's enough to be right here, right now. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because I often encounter that idea that to be spiritual, the journey is open your chakras, open them all up. And then we've made it when we've opened all our chakras. And my philosophy is, what experience of reality do you want to have? Because you will get a different experience of reality if your chakras are open versus, if they're more open versus less open. You can, and you can configure them differently, and it will give you a different experience of reality. So mastering your psychic abilities is not about opening them all really, really wide. It's about understanding what happens when you do that. And is that the experience that you're wanting to have? So having your crown chakra open really wide, that creates a need for a massive amount of grounding to counterbalance that level of opening. And most people float away into hyperspace when they do that. And it's often also related to, or a cause for, the idea of some mental illnesses, because now you're in touch with all these alternate realities that have nothing to do with this time-space reality, which is what we're talking about today, being in this time-space reality.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Leslie.
Mm.
And folks, if you're enjoying the show, please give us a like, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. If you don't mind, that would be lovely. And so this is from Katie. And Katie says, can we be present while we're multitasking, such as watering plants in the yard while listening to our favorite Psychic Abilities radio show?
I think you can be present while you're multitasking. Because if all of those things are on the physical level, right, you can be listening to music while you are watering your plants and still be very, 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 very present. I think that what sometimes happens if we're listening to a podcast is we go into the realm of ideas, we go into the mental space, and then we sort of phase out the body level. But you don't have to. You can stay grounded and present while you're listening.
But it can help as well. It can help to focus. I know that, like, remember with that thing we did with eating that we learned from our Vietnamese monk? When you're eating, if you take a bite of your food, put down your fork and then concentrate on eating, and you'll see that the food tastes completely different. So if you're doing something, you can do both, but you might get more out of it if you're just doing the one thing at a time and focusing on the one thing, as opposed to trying to get it over with as well. Oh, I got to get to because what you're doing by watering and listening to the show is you're saying, well, the watering isn't important, but the show is. But can you give importance to both equally? What do you think, Dr. Leslie?
Yeah, I think it depends. It's an interesting one. One thing I've always found interesting is some people listen to music to help them study. Now, I was never able to do that. I had to have complete silence so I could study, because if there was music on at the same time, I would drift away and I would not be able to be in that point of focus. That was before I knew how to ground, but I wonder if I still would be like that now. I think probably, actually. So I think that there are some differences between people as well.
Yeah.
Roy likes to listen to music, don't you? And you don't drift away, but I do.
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It all depends on what I'm doing. When I studied, I used to like to listen to music. And I think the music sort of, depending on the type of music you listen to, can keep you present as well.
I've never found any music that helps me stay more present than if I don't have any noise. Yeah.
Apparently, Baroque music opens the channel between the two sides of the brain, the left and the right brain, and so there's there's more learning and more logical learning, but also more heartfelt learning. You know, more. Don't know the word what you call it, that type of learning, but more spiritually centered learning. Anyway,
We
thank you.
digress.
Thank you
Well,
for.
not really. It's always about the present
Oh,
moment,
no,
wasn't it?
we're not digressing. No. Okay, this one's from Katie. Katie says, "Can we be present?" Oh, that was Katie. Well, this is Erica. Erica says, "According to your quiz, my primary clair is clairaudience." Wonderful. Congratulations. I've been trying to connect with my spirit guides for some time now without much luck and haven't been able to really decipher any messages that make sense or resonate. I'm hoping you can help me figure out their name and or a message from them.
Okay, sure. And I'll just also, and by the way, Erica, you know, in that quiz, clairaudience tends to be more of a rare one in terms of what most people find. Most people, I think, clairsentience is the top one, then claircognizance, then I think it's clairvoyance, then clairaudience. So I might have that the wrong way around. So yeah, so all right, and so I'm going to look at this and give you an answer, but I just want to also mention that it's developing your psychic abilities is a bit like going to the gym. You have to practice. You have to learn how to use the machinery, how to use the equipment. So I have created many psychic development courses to help you learn the equipment and learn how to operate it and practice it so that you know what you're doing with your psychic abilities and you know how to consciously access them. And that journey begins with the Unlock Your Intuition course that gives you a grounding of spiritual techniques and also helps you to overcome the most common blocks to intuition while simultaneously teaching you some psychic development tools. Then after that, I have a clairaudience course, where you spend 10 weeks focusing on that ability called clairaudience, where you learn now how to interpret what you're getting, and you learn how to tune in to different frequencies that, you know, all of your guides have got different frequencies. So how can you consciously tune into this frequency and that frequency and listen to that guide and listen to the other guide? You learn all of that in that course. Because it's not, you know, I spent myself 6 years in a modern mystery school from 1998 to about 2004. And I lived and breathed this stuff. And that's why I'm so good at what I do, because I've devoted my life to it. And I think sometimes people think, well, you know, I'll read a book or I'll take a weekend course and that'll be me and I'll tick the box and I'm, you know, and it's like anything. The more you focus, the better you become. So anyway, that said, Erica, let's have a look at your idea of your spirit guides. Well, first thing I'm noticing is this sort of interesting energy configuration that sort of comes down like this to your throat chakra. And your throat chakra is the one that's responsible for clairaudience. And this sort of strange triangle energy configuration, the energy here is pink. It's almost like you're wearing this pink collar of energy. And I feel that that is relating to your spirit guides. So I'm just going to look at that a little bit longer. one of the things is to let go of expectations of to let go of expectations around spirit guides, and to let go of expectations around the messages. And the other thing that they're saying is to be playful and make it fun and make it light and make it amusing, make it funny. So sometimes we get serious and we get into effort when we're trying to accomplish these things, and that doesn't help. So it feels like this pink energy is trying to help you to get into more of a light, amused, fun kind of vibe. And I'm seeing one of your guides, and I'm just taking a moment to talk to them before I say anything. Well, you've got one of your guides is this lovely, the energy vibration is almost like this silvery, pearlescent vibration. These are energy beings, right? They don't look like us, but sometimes they project an image like us. And this beautiful, pearly, silvery, opalescent being is projecting the idea of a very amusing picture of it's like a funny comedy Halloween vampire with a mustache and a cape. And that's just, it's that is supposed to be, and it's almost like a funny magician as well. That's the message that I was translating into making it fun and not making it serious and not having any expectations. And that's a projection coming from the spirit guide that really, to me, looks like this silvery energy, but it's communicating with you. Well, in this case, it's communicating with me through pictures. But let's have a look at the clairaudience again. Give us a second. So there is a song playing and it says, smile even though your heart is breaking. But it just means, again, it's like, it's always advocating this inner smile, this state of having an inner smile, cultivating this inner happiness, this high vibrational amused state as being helpful for your development of your psychic abilities. Because when we're amused or when we're smiling, then our vibration is high. So that is counterbalancing things that arise in the system that are a lower vibration, like feeling sad. But if I smile, it will uplift me. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Yep. Thank you. I'm just going to read Brian's note, and then we're going to have to sign off. What's amazing is that I've cultivated awareness, even if I'm multitasking. No matter what's going on, awareness pulls me into the present moment if I get lost. I may hear a song on the radio with a message for me, or a quote on a TV show or movie that deeply resonates, or an animal crosses my path with a spiritual gift. Suddenly I become entirely present. Something pulls my entire attention to that message. It's incredible. I've even heard it in my head when I think too much to suddenly focus on my breath. That's interesting. Cool, Brian. Thank you. By the way, folks, there's no show next week, but we'll be returning on the following week at 1 p.m. So thank you all. Dr. Leslie, would you like to say goodbye?
See you in 2 weeks, everybody.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Mindfulness for Happiness and Relapse Prevention. In this presentation, we're going to define mindfulness and mindlessness. We'll differentiate between mindfulness and purposeful action, identify how mindfulness can be used in practice, and explore several different mindfulness techniques and activities that you can use with your clients. So what is mindlessness? We're going to start there. Mindlessness is on autopilot. It's when you get up in the morning, you stagger into the kitchen, you make your coffee, you eat your breakfast, you take a shower, you go to work, you come home, you eat dinner, and you go to bed. And you really didn't check in with yourself to see how you were feeling, what you were needing, and if there was anything that you could do to actually perk up your day. So we don't want to be on autopilot. We need to reduce enough stress in our life, or at least learn to focus and stop and smell the roses, or at least check in, even if we're not going to smell anything. Mindlessness is also going with the flow, being a yes man, just saying, sure, let's do it, go ahead, and not ever identifying what we really want and need. Mindlessness is also doing what has always been done just because it's always been done. And sometimes you need to check in and go, you know what? That's not all that important. If you are one of those people who has to go through and bleach every bathroom every weekend, that's the way you've always done it, and it may still work for you, and you may have a perfectly good reasoning and desire to do it, and that's great. But maybe you're going through and bleaching the bathroom every weekend, and you realize you're the only one living in the house anymore. Your kids have moved out, and 3 out of the 4 bathrooms don't ever get used anymore. So maybe you can not bleach those every week, maybe just once a month. So looking at what you're doing and identifying if it's needed or if you're just doing it because it's always been done that way. Another example of it's always been done that way, from my personal experience, when I come home, and this is total autopilot mindlessness, I come home, I put my purse on the foyer table, I walk into the kitchen, I open up the refrigerator, and I find something to eat. Now, I've never stopped to check in to go, am I really hungry? Am I thirsty? Or is it just because I'm home? It's just what I do. So it's important in mindfulness to identify what you're doing and choose your behaviors. Choose how you use your energy purposefully. Other examples of mindlessness, getting home and not remembering the drive. I think all of us have done it. We get in the car and we're kind of on autopilot going home and we're totally thinking about something else. Eating without realizing it, or when you're not hungry. Sometimes people will just kind of meander into the kitchen and get something to eat and sit down and start eating, and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not really even hungry. And having intense feelings or relapses come from, quote, out of the blue. These usually don't come from out of the blue unless there's been some sort of a trauma in your life. Most of the time, relapses, whether it's mental health or substance abuse, started a long time ago, and you weren't paying attention to the fact that you were getting run down, that you were getting stressed out, that you were getting overwhelmed. So you get to this breaking point, and all of a sudden the dam breaks, and you're like, oh, where did that come from? Well, if you were paying attention, it started about 6 weeks ago. Mindfulness is having an awareness in the present. We stop, look, listen, feel, and interpret what's going inside us and what's going on around us. I encourage my clients to do mindfulness check-ins at every meal because we usually eat at least 2 to 3 times a day. So that's a good anchor point for them to go, okay, before I eat, let me just stop, look around, see where I'm at, figure out how am I feeling physically. Am I tired? Am I anxious? Am I stressed out? Am I hurting somewhere? And what's going on around you? How are you thinking? Once you figure out how you're feeling, whether you're comfortable, what the environment is, interpret where you are and what you need. Purposeful action means becoming mindful in the present moment and acting intentionally instead of reacting emotionally. If you are stressed out and you're exhausted and you're in the cafeteria of your office and people keep coming in and talking to you and just bothering you, and you just really want some peace and quiet, mindlessly acting people would likely just continue to sit there until somebody comes up and you bite their head off. if you're being mindful, you realize, preferably before you even go into the cafeteria, that you're stressed out and you need some quiet time. So maybe you need to eat at your desk. So you're acting intentionally instead of reacting when the dam breaks. You want to intentionally choose behaviors and actions that are going to make effective use of your energy and help you achieve your goals. So again, just thinking about biting people's heads off or getting overwhelmed, how can you prevent that from happening? If you're acting intentionally, if you do a mindfulness scan and you go, you know what, I'm really stressed out right now, I'm exhausted, I can't think straight, what do I need versus what do I think I should do? Because what you need is going to lead you towards purposeful action and get you closer to your goals. How did we learn mindlessness? As we were growing up, people have told us things like, do it because I said so, don't ask why. This is always one of my big pet peeves when I'm working with other coaches or I'm working with clinicians in a residential setting or even in an outpatient setting. If they tell their clients to do something because they said so, that's A, not respecting the client's autonomy, but it also doesn't help the client learn why, so they can be mindful and make a purposeful choice about whether they want to do it or not. Suck it up communicates don't feel, just do. You know, some mornings we get up, we don't want to go to work, we don't want to face the traffic, we don't want to take a shower, whatever the case is, maybe all of the above. And sometimes we do have to suck it up. But if you do a mindfulness scan and I go, you know, all of those things are true, I'm not motivated to do anything, I've got to decide in the big scheme of things what works best to help me achieve my goals. Sometimes it means suck it up. But it's important to check in with yourself and feel first, identify what you need, and then make decisions about what's going to get you closer to your goals. Nobody cares, just ignore it. Means don't trust your own instincts and don't trust other people. We don't want to learn this. Again, when you go and tell your boss, I'm overwhelmed, I've got 16 things to do that are due on Friday, and I need to know which is of more of a priority to you. And he says, you know, just go figure it out. He's not giving you any direction for being mindful. Or if he says, I don't want to hear about how stressed you are, that means how you feel doesn't matter. And you need to just go ahead and do it regardless of what's in your best interest. Now, sometimes that's going to happen in the workplace. You know, I'm not saying that we live in a utopia. It is, however, important for people to be aware of their own limits and boundaries to prevent burnout. And finally, that's what everyone does. So don't question it. Everyone else does this, so you need to do it too. And in reality, this is one of the biggest mindfulness trip-ups ever. Always, always, always ask yourself, is whatever I'm getting ready to do getting me closer to or further away from my ultimate goals and where I want to be? Mindfulness can help us transition from reacting to acting. It can help us be proactive and prevent reacting, prevent blowing up, prevent burning out. It makes more efficient and effective use of energy by making the right decisions the first time. So beginning with the end in mind, so to speak. What are my ultimate goals? Let's make the right decision about how to handle this situation to get me closer to my goals. And mindfulness encourages self-awareness and compassion. So we want to seek first to understand ourselves and then to understand others. And when I say understand ourselves, it means, what are we good at? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What do we need? What do we want? And what are our ultimate goals? Mindfulness can help reduce inefficiency through planning and prioritizing. Instead of just kind of flying by the seat of your pants, deciding, hey, I want to build a doghouse, driving down to Home Depot, buying a bunch of lumber and a bunch of nails and going, okay, now let's figure out how to put this together. That's kind of inefficient. Whereas you could save time by going online, getting a plan, which will have a list of all the supplies that you need, and then you can follow the plan, put up the doghouse, and bada bing, Fido has a new home. Mindfulness helps balance and renew your resources, energy, and health to create a sustainable, long-term, effective lifestyle, because it encourages you to ask yourself regularly, what do I need right now? And what options do I have to meet those needs in the present while still moving toward future goals? If you can even just ask yourself those two questions at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and actually act on the results, not just go, okay, well, that was a fun exercise. It will help you reduce a lot of stress and free up energy to accomplish the goals that you want to. Mindfulness activities, head, heart, and gut honesty. I talk about this in a lot of presentations. In your head, this is your logic. What do you need? In your heart, this is, how you feel about something. And your gut is kind of your spidey senses. And if something isn't right, your gut's going to go, yeah, this is probably a bad idea. When you're behaving mindfully, your head, heart, and gut are all in alignment. They're going, yep, this is what we need to do. Now, your head may be saying, this is going to be hard, but we can get it done. Or your heart may be saying, this is not the most pleasant thing that I have to do, but it's the right thing to get me to where I want to be. Another activity you can do is the attitude of gratitude, also known as don't crap on the present. So having an attitude of gratitude about yourself, what are you grateful for? About your family, what are you grateful for with them? Your job and your life. Too often, because this is the way we've always been raised, we focus on the negative and forget to identify the positive, when in reality, we should identify 3 positives for every negative. Try that. 3 positives for every negative. Another activity is called the 5-minute focus, and this can be somewhat daunting at first. Go into a room for 5 minutes, and it may seem like an eternity. Write down on a piece of paper everything you see, what you smell, what you hear, and how you feel emotionally and physically. This gets you into the habit or practice of being more attuned to your surroundings and being more aware of not only what's going on inside, but also what's going on around you. Smells are the strongest trigger for memories. So if you walk into a room and, every time you walk in there, you just kind of feel chills go up your spine, think to yourself, what does this smell like that is reminding me of something in my past? Or is the paint on the walls a color that reminds me of something? Am I triggering a memory? Being aware of what's going on around and inside is important because they work together. Vulnerability checklist. This is something I encourage people do every single morning. Vulnerabilities are things that, when unchecked, can cause low-grade stress, making you more vulnerable to stronger reactions. So if you're under stress, if you're not getting proper nutrition, if you're not getting enough sleep, if you're in pain, if you're not sleeping well, when something happens, your emotional reaction, which would normally maybe be a 2, may be an 8, because you're over it. Your physical reactions can also be a lot stronger. Instead of just being a mild annoyance where you have a brief little adrenaline rush, you may get completely flushed and go into a full-grade panic attack. Socially, your reactions can be a lot stronger, and you can be either a lot more needy and a lot more seeking of external validation, or on the contrary, you might be a lot more withdrawing. When stress starts to build up, it affects your relationships. And when stress starts to build up and you start to become vulnerable, environmental things can also be a lot more powerful in triggering relapses and negative mood states. Yet another activity is called 3-minute thoughts. Take 3 minutes and write down or record on a voice recorder all of the thoughts that you have. Then review what you wrote down. How many of those thoughts were negative? How many were about the past, the future, and the present? And how many were just totally irrelevant? This will help you identify what your sort of automatic thoughts are that are constantly buzzing around in your head. We want these thoughts to be positive and about the present and hopeful about the future. Irrelevant thoughts happen. You know, you may be driving down the road and you're like, ooh, bunny rabbit. Totally irrelevant, but it's a thought. So it's something that you would want to record. Colors of emotion. Most colors evoke emotion in people. Most of the emotions are learned because color reminds you of a memory. So get a big crayon box and identify how different colors make you feel. Now, certain colors, they've done research. Yellows, reds, and browns tend to make people hungry. So when you go into restaurants, you'll see a lot more yellow, red, and brown. Blue, certain blues can be calming, but certain blues can also feel institutional, like a blue-gray or kind of a pea soup green. That may not be true for every single person, though. So look at colors, look at swatches, and just see, how does that make you feel? Does it make you feel calm, indifferent, or sad? Increase the colors in your environment that make you happy. I like purple and blues and, you know, some of the bright, cheery colors. But I love just about every shade of purple and blue. So that's what I would use for accessories in whatever environment that I'm in. But I also like white because it's blank. And that gives me a place, something that I can look at that's not overstimulating or understimulating. It's just blank. Smells are one of the strongest memory triggers, so know your nose. What smells to you are calming and maybe nostalgic at the same time? It's getting to be fall right now where I'm at, and the fall smells and the fall air fresheners are coming out. And I love the smell of cinnamon and cloves and all of those things that you associate with campfires and apple cider and all that kind of stuff. It makes me nostalgic, and it's also calming. There's not really a whole lot of smells that make me angry, except for maybe the smell of dog poop, because then I know I've got to clean it up. But, you know, some smells may trigger a memory of something, maybe a bad situation in your past, and it will make you angry. So be aware of those smells. Are there smells that make you stressed? And are there smells that make you energetic? Now, you can do all kinds of research on aromatherapy and see what scents are typically associated with certain feelings. That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be associated with that feeling for you. So you still want to test it out personally. When I use aromatherapy with my animals that are on my farm, I take down an array of different essential oils and I let them sniff them. And if they like it, they'll sniff it again. If they don't like it, they'll walk away. My donkeys don't like lavender. They have no use for lavender at all. Now, valerian, on the other hand, they tend to flock to a little bit more. So before the farrier comes out, I put a little valerian oil on their halter, which helps them be a little bit calmer when he's there. The ABCs. ABCs help you identify why you're getting upset about something. So the activating event, something happens. The consequence is that you get upset or you get angry. But between those two things, which are like a split second, you have all these automatic beliefs. So something happened, and you tap into schemas about this event, which are all your automatic beliefs, and it results in an emotion. Now, what you can do is dispute these beliefs and say, you know, that doesn't really apply to this situation. Sometimes your beliefs are spot on accurate, though. So then you've got to evaluate, is this worth my energy? Is my reaction useful? If you get cut off in traffic, and this is my favorite one to use because everybody gets cut off in traffic occasionally. If you get cut off in traffic, was it dangerous? Yeah, that's probably a very valid belief. But when I evaluate the consequence, is my getting angry about it and, trying to convince the other person how wrong they were, is that useful? My answer is no. The other person may not even know they cut me off, but even if they do, they may not care, and likely they don't. So is it worth my energy and effort to follow up on that, or do I just need to go, okay, deep breath, need to be a little bit more alert? Relapse warning signs checklist, or the black swan. Relapses don't come from out of the blue. A black swan is something that is an unexpected event to occur. Part of mindfulness is learning about yourself from past experiences. In the past, what has led up to a relapse? In the past, what has triggered my depression? Relapse prevention means being aware of your status, how you're feeling, your vulnerabilities, and your wants and needs. So being aware of that, being aware of your swan, will help you prevent the black swan. It will help you prevent a relapse from just showing up out of the blue. Developing a checklist of your relapse warning signs and reviewing it daily can also assist in preventing relapse. A functional analysis: what, whys, and hows. I like this one just because I tend to be more cognitive in my approach. What makes you angry, resentful, or guilty? Anger is a protective feeling. It pushes people away or gives you power over them. Resentment is just another form of anger. Guilt, interestingly, a lot of people don't loop it in here, but guilt is often anger at yourself for something you did or didn't do. So we're still dealing with anger. So what triggers your anger? What are you angry about? Why are you angry about it? And how can you get rid of this anger? Because being angry doesn't do anybody any good. So figuring out how to deal with that anger and let it go. Fear, again, what's causing it? If you've got fear going on, what's causing it? Why are you afraid of this? And how can you deal with it? Being stressed out or overwhelmed. Same basic principle. Now, happiness, here's one that we don't usually question. Why would we question happiness? Why would we do a functional analysis on it? Because you can't be happy and miserable at the same exact time. So what makes you happy? Why does it make you happy? And how can you increase that in your life? Denial. Sometimes we have to look at, somebody tells me I'm in denial about something. So what is it they're telling me I'm in denial about? Why do they think I'm in denial about it? And how can I address it? And depression and isolation follows the same pattern. What is it that's causing it? Why do I feel this way? And how can I deal with it? A daily planner can also be helpful. Each morning, spend 10 minutes being mindful of how you're feeling. 10 minutes can feel like an eternity, but do it while you're drinking your coffee. Maybe drink your coffee on the porch and watch the birds or listen to the frogs, whatever it is that you do in the morning. Identify all the things that need to happen or get done that day. Not that you want to happen or get done, that need to. These absolutely positively have to happen. Go through the list and highlight the ones that must get done today. Maybe your electric bill is due today, so that's got to be done today. Identify anybody that can assist with the must-dos, and then get going. You can only sit there and think about it and dread it and ponder it and feel overwhelmed for so long before you just exhaust yourself. So you might as well use that energy to get going and start knocking things off of your list. Our culture promotes automation and mindlessness. Mindfulness means taking time to think before you act. Stopping to think takes time, though, but it usually takes less time than making needless errors. So, do you have time to do it twice, or is it better to do it right the first time? Mindfulness means understanding your swan, your status, your wants and needs, and the what's, whys, and how's of your vulnerabilities so you can make the best choice of action to get you closer to where you want to be. Here are some mindfulness-related resources that you can take a look at. They're all workbooks. They are very good. If you want to go to newharbinger.com and use coupon code 116.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. Before we begin, we would like to thank you for your everlasting support. Our mission is to help you gain deeper insights into yourself and others in a fun and engaging way. We hope we've been able to help you in your times of need. Now, let's begin. Do you have problems understanding your emotions when faced with a challenging situation? Not knowing how to deal with your emotions can lead to them becoming more intense, persistent, and problematic. While it may grant you some temporary relief, suppressing your feelings and being in denial about them may only lead to painful consequences that keep you disconnected from yourself and from those around you. So, here are 7 signs you may be suppressing your emotions. Number 1, you hate being asked how you feel. Do you get annoyed or upset when people ask about your feelings? Are you quick to brush off any concerns other people might have about you because you don't think it's any of their business? Maybe you're not comfortable opening up to others or dislike getting overly sentimental or touchy-feely. It may be a sign that you're emotionally repressed when you constantly avoid any and all conversations about your feelings. 2, you struggle with emotional intimacy. You have problems finding a friend to confide in or have trouble making a meaningful relationship last. This may be because you struggle with emotional intimacy. Since being emotionally intimate with someone forces you to be vulnerable and to confront your true feelings, you may end up running away or getting defensive and struggle to emotionally connect with them. 3, you're always just fine. Do you have a habit of saying you're fine every time someone asks how you are? You may reassure your friends and family that everything is great and that you're doing really well when you don't mean any of it. You don't feel comfortable admitting when you're not okay or to let people see you struggle. Instead of asking for help or to confront your feelings, you just repress your emotions and bottle them up. 4, you rarely get emotional. Do people describe you as withdrawn, indifferent, or detached? You don't cry or get upset, and you rarely ever get excited about anything. Not only do you dislike talking about your feelings, but you'd also rather not show anyone that you have any at all. You may have been badly hurt in the past, and you don't want to feel overwhelmed by your emotions again, so you've resolved to just close yourself off and not feel anything at all. Number 5, you have extreme mood swings. Have you ever had an emotional breakdown where you couldn't stop crying or lashing out? Extreme mood swings and emotional volatility are clear signs that you're repressing very strong emotions. Instead of resolving them in a healthy way, you may be pushing them down and acting as if they're not there. But your emotions will come out in a much more problematic manner where you take all of your negativity out on yourself or those around you. 6, you deny all of your problems. Do you avoid your loved ones when they're mad at you or agree to things you don't want to do to make other people happy? Denial is a very common coping mechanism, since you may feel like it's much easier to pretend that your problems don't exist than to find a solution. This difficulty admitting to yourself when something is wrong could be a sign of a much more serious underlying problem. And number 7, you hold grudges against people. Do you have problems letting your feelings of anger and disappointment go? Harboring grudges against people and being vindictive is a very telling sign that you're holding back on your emotions. You may be having a hard time forgiving others because you can't come to terms with all the pain that they may have caused you, even if it was unintentional. But holding on to grudges only shows that you're not prepared to deal with your emotions and that you'd rather let them linger over time. Did you relate to any of these signs mentioned here? I know I did. Are you worried you might be emotionally repressed? Tell us about it in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, please give us a thumbs up and share it with others who may find it helpful too. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button for more Psych2Go videos. All the references used are also added in the description box below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Hi there. I am sitting here at the airport, at one of the airport lounges actually at Munich Airport, and I was fuming, you know, just a few minutes ago, or let's say half an hour ago, because due to an accident and traffic jams, I missed my flight. I came to the gate actually, and the flight had just closed, and even though the airplane was in front of the gate or at the gate for some time, I couldn't get in anymore. So that was very, very frustrating, and I was fuming actually, and now I had to rebook my flight, 230 euros down the drains, etc., etc. So the thing now is that I think we as entrepreneurs and as leaders, we can learn from these experiences, because if you're missing a flight, or if you're losing a deal, or if you're disappointed by an employee, there is no point, you know, in getting too frustrated about it. So what you can actually do is, first of all, let the frustration out. The best is to go to a separate room. So I just went to the toilet and let it out, just to free yourself. That can be one approach. And then just to say, okay, listen, what did actually happen, you know, to get on another level? What can I learn from that? And obviously also in the situation when something goes wrong and you need a solution, take care of the solution first, and then be happy about the solution. So 3 steps. First of all, create the solution. Secondly, let the frustration go away. Whatever you want to do, go for a walk or shout, go to the forest and shout and cry and curse, or whatever you want to do, and then ask yourself, what can I learn from it? That's the best way. That's what we as entrepreneurial leaders should always do when these kind of unexpected situations come across. You should obviously also be prepared. I once had a boss who would always take actually not the ideal flight to get to a meeting, but one flight before that, just to be on the safe side and not to be late. That can also be an approach to avoid surprises like the one that I have just had. And yeah, so you know, there's a proactive part to it. You know, you can plan for things as for unexpected situations. And secondly, there's also a reactive part, because there will always be frustrations in your entrepreneurial life, and you can actually handle them with the 3 steps that I mentioned. First of all, find the solution. Second, let the frustration out. And third, think about what you've learned from it. So that was Armin L. Rao from the airport lounge at Munich Airport. I'm now off to London. Hope that I can make a video for you there and have a good time. If you would like to have more help on your leadership challenges as an entrepreneur.
Fellow entrepreneur, if you are running a business right now and you're trying to grow your business, there's 2 challenges and obstacles that are always facing us at the same time. The first thing, I want to know how you're dealing with frustration and overwhelm as an entrepreneur. Or if you're planning to start your business, I want you to comment below and let me know. My personal process and the #1 keyword that you want to embed into your mind is clarity. Clarity is what's going to help you overcome the frustrations and the overwhelm that you're dealing with every single day. As an entrepreneur, whatever it is that you want to do in life, the reasons why we have frustration and overwhelm is because of 2 reasons. We want to do things to achieve a certain result, and it doesn't happen. We want to be able to not have bad things happen to us, but they happen. And when these things accumulate, they overwhelm us. So the first thing is gaining clarity. How do you do that? I want you to take a piece of paper out look in front of you, or open a Google Doc or something. And I want you to write down actually, what is the problem? What is the thing that's contributing to your frustrations? What is the root cause of it? That's the first part of the process. #1 to gain clarity is to understand what is the problems that are contributing to your frustration. After that, you take that step. I want you to draw a line there, and then you go into the next part, and you'll be able to understand what is the results and the things that you want to achieve, and why are they not happening in your life. That's how you gain clarity. Don't keep it all in your mind. I want you to put it down on paper. Then you do essentially everything on paper. You can see it visually, and you're able to reflect on things. Because one of the things that contribute to overall frustration is because we keep so much of the shit in our mind. You want to be able to put all that stuff on paper. That's the #1 step. Now that we have clarity, the second step that we want to get is direction. Now, what I mean by direction is that keyword that you should embed in your mind, is one of the steps that we're going to take to be able to become successful? What is those things once you lay it out on the piece of paper? What is the direction that you want to set? What are the 3 steps? I want you to add 3 simple steps next to each frustration and each result that you want to achieve. A, B, C, D. How are you going to be able to get there? That is the most important step you want to be able to achieve, is how you're going to get there. 3 simple steps on the frustrations, 3 simple steps on the results. That is the direction piece. What that's going to help you do is you're going to gain clarity, and now you have actual tangible steps of how to be successful on each specific step. That we are 2 steps closer to resolving your frustration, your overwhelm. And that is better than where you were before at the end of watching this video. Now, once we gain clarity on the actual problem and the frustrations and the results that you want to achieve, the second thing we gain now is we have 3 simple steps that we're going to be able to commit to. After that, the final step is actually certainty. You want to be able to make a confident decision on the things that you're actually going to execute. Because keeping all that stuff in your mind isn't going to help you. What's going to happen is when you actually take action on those things, those 3 steps that you mapped out on that piece of paper on the dock, and make a confident declaration that you're actually going to take action on what you've been planning to do. That is the most important step, even though it's the final step. That is how you're going to gain clarity, certainty, and direction in overcoming the things that you want to achieve online. So after you've taken those 3 steps to be able to help you gain certain clarity and direction in actually growing your business, getting clarity on the process, now I want to wrap it up and share with you what insights or questions do you have. You can comment below, let me know. Go through those actual things. Share with me what your experience is, how you're dealing with frustration, overwhelm once you actually do this. Because I promise you, if you follow this process, you're going to be able to reduce your stress, you're going to increase your capacity, and you're going to not have the overwhelm and the frustration that you had before this video. So that's my promise to you. Do this process and let me know how it actually works. And I look forward to sharing with you.
So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. So something cool that I noticed when I was having breakfast today at the bed and breakfast where I was staying, basically I was eating breakfast and there was this family staying there as well. They were Canadian. The mother, she had mentioned she was originally from Malaysia, and it was her and her 4 children. And I noticed that as they were all eating breakfast together, none of them, not one of them, was using a mobile phone, was sitting there chatting or playing or interacting with their mobile phone. And I thought that was great, because obviously we live in a world where most people are very strongly addicted to their phones, even to the point where when they are in social circumstances, even in those circumstances, people will often be on the phone. I've even seen many times couples, people who are apparently together, instead of interacting with each other, they're interacting with their phones. So when I saw that this family, literally none of them were on their phones, I thought, this is great. They weren't very talkative, they were kind of quiet and unassuming and very polite, and that's cool, but they were engaging with the world around them and with each other and with me and with our hosts rather than with their phones. So that gave me a small glimmer of hope that all is not lost with humanity. On today's video, I'm going to share with you why and how I was able to overcome my addiction to sugar. An addiction to sugar is one of the most pervasive and one of the most difficult addictions to overcome, and it is one that can cause and does cause significant damage to our health. So to kind of set the background of this story, it's going to be important for you to understand how much I used to suffer. How much I used to suffer as a result of my addiction to sugar, which has been a lifelong addiction. And also I want to clarify that an addiction to sugar doesn't just have to be an addiction to candies and sweets. Yes, of course, that's a part of it. But when I talk about addiction to sugar, I'm talking about addictions to any and all foods that contain sugar in a significant amount, or really in any amount. I'm talking, of course, about fruits, including those delicious fruits that we often think of that are very sweet: bananas, mangoes, papayas, even grapes. To a lesser extent, berries and others because they have less sugar, but they still do contain sugar. And I'm talking about foods with a high glycemic index, like refined grains, white bread, for example, or even bread in general. Why should we even care about the effects of sugar? Well, this is a very large body of science and research that if I were to try to get into all of it in this video, it would be a very long video. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to refer to a couple of the doctors, experts, and resources that I have used to help me gain a better understanding of the damaging effects of sugar. And I'll just mention a few briefly here as well, but I'll provide some links below so that you can more easily do your study. Glucose and sugars are one of two main forms of fuel that the body can use. One of them being sugar, in other words, glucose, fructose, and other types of sugar, which get converted into products that the body can use as fuel. And of course, fat through the process of ketosis and generating ketones, which is another source of fuel. These are two very different sources of fuel in the body. The sugar being a very fast-acting, that's why you say you get a sugar hit, like a hit of energy. It's a very fast-acting fuel, but it has significant consequences in the body. And ketones, ketosis, the process of burning fats, is a slower process. It is not necessarily even the primary process that the body would rely on, but as we become adaptive, what's called fat adaptive, our body literally starts to use ketones and fat to burn fuel rather than sugar. And literally you can get to a point where you're literally not relying at all on any external sugar sources for your fuel. And this is what people are attempting to do when they go on what is called a ketogenic diet. They are putting their body into a permanent state or semi-permanent state of ketosis, where literally the body is using the fat burning process for fuel rather than using sugars and glucose as fuel. Glucose has a lot of damaging effects on the body, particularly when you eat it with other substances, because glucose can bind to proteins. This is a process called glycation. Glucose and sugar has been associated with elevated blood cholesterol. There are some research studies about this, so it can therefore be associated with problems with hardening of the arteries. Literally, it can get to a point where you can't think clearly. And I've experienced this myself, because now that I'm almost always in a state of ketosis, I've noticed that my ability to think clearly has significantly increased. Sugar is so harmful to our bodies. It creates what's called insulin resistance, because what happens is the body has to protect us from, for example, there being too much sugar in the blood, your blood sugar level. This is where diabetes comes in, when the body starts to lose its ability to properly regulate the amount of sugar in the blood. So sugar in the blood can be very deadly when it reaches a certain level. So the body has certain mechanisms to protect us. One of them is insulin. One of the main roles of insulin is to control the blood sugar level and to basically lower the level of blood sugar when it starts to get too high, for example. So when the insulin is overused, because just like any mechanism in the body, it serves a purpose, but if it's constantly firing, if it's constantly being used, then it gets to the point of fatigue. So when it gets to the point of fatigue, it can no longer function optimally, and it can even get to a point where the body simply cannot produce the insulin necessary. And this again goes back into the realm of illnesses and imbalances like diabetes. Sugar can damage your teeth. This is something that I can speak of from firsthand experience. I've had many problems, many dental problems that could have easily been avoided had I not eaten foods that were so sugar or even acidic. It can affect your mood. You can have big mood swings. That's something that I've experienced as well. So generally speaking, to optimize our health as human beings, it is optimal to either reduce or even completely eliminate sugar. The problem is, of course, because eating sugar and sweet foods is so pleasurable, who doesn't love the taste of even a good fresh fruit like a banana or a mango, not to speak of delicious desserts. The problem is that it becomes highly addictive, because unless we learn to exercise a certain amount of self-control and willpower, it's going to be very easy to succumb to that. The other problem is there's the floodgate effect. And this is basically where, for example, you can't just eat one grape. Try to eat one grape. Try to put a really sweet fruit in front of you, or even in front of a young child, and say, just eat one of them. It's almost never going to happen. And this is because what happens is when you taste that delicious sweet flavor, the body automatically wants more. Because if we were in a situation where we're starving, if we're in a situation where we need a quick hit of fuel, where we don't have anything else and we're literally on starvation's doorstep, then this is going to be a highly prized and highly precious source of fuel, and we're going to want to eat as much as we can. So in those situations, it makes sense. But when we don't exercise that control, we don't really need it because it's not necessary, but we eat it anyway, then it opens up the door to addiction. And addiction is a problem in general because addiction is just generally a lack of self-control. It's generally a principle where we lack the willpower and self-control to restrain ourselves, and we just succumb easily to the pleasures of life. And I've certainly been guilty of that many, many times. That's a big part of my story and basically what led me to suffer for a great part of my life. So I said to myself, how can I overcome this addiction? Another thing that propelled me to do this is I started to suffer more and more. Now, I haven't really talked about this extensively recently on my videos, but over the last, I would say, 2.5 years, it started in earnest right around the start of the scamdemic. So right around the time of the start of the pandemic, I started to experience an increased amount of pain and discomfort in my lower back. At times, I could barely walk even. It would flare up at nighttime. There would be even days where the pain was so constant and so difficult that I was in a perpetual bad mood. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't even want to interact. I didn't even want to get out of bed. It was really bad. It was getting to a point where a typical person in typical society might even cave in and go seek out medication or go to a pain clinic or try to get on disability because they would consider themselves disabled, because literally it is disabling. However, I decided to choose a different path, knowing that I had, just like you have and all of us, I had the ability to heal myself internally. I did not need to rely on any external sources, any external authority, or any external medicine or medication in order to either heal or alleviate my pain. I made it my mission to figure this out. I made it my mission to apply these principles of natural law, apply the principles of how the body works and how we heal and how reality and nature works in general, to figure this out on my own and to solve this problem, to basically save myself from this pain and discomfort and figure it out. And it took some time. I'm not saying that it all happened in one day. I'm not saying that it was easy even, but after a lot of trial and error, after a lot of testing, after especially eliminating certain foods and experimenting and going in every direction, sometimes eating more sugary foods and fruits, then going the opposite direction and doing a lot of research and not giving up. Basically, that was the main thing. I never gave up. I finally was able to figure it out. And I finally was able to unlock something very important, and that was the direct correlation between my consumption of sugar, any food that contains any kind of sugar, and this pain and inflammation versus my body being able to heal itself. So now, today, as I'm recording this video, do I still have some pain and discomfort? Pain, I would say I don't have. Some tightness, a little bit of discomfort. There's still some healing going on. I don't know how long that process will take, but fortunately, I was able to sleep very well last night. I'm very grateful. I think I only woke up once in the nighttime, compared with sometimes waking up multiple times in the past. And I woke up refreshed and ready to face the day. So to me, this is a sign that my body, that I am in the process of healing, and these decisions I've made to eliminate sugar are working. They are having an effect. This is the main reason why I personally decided to eliminate all sugars from my diet, because I could see very clearly the direct correlation between consuming sugars and sweet foods and the damage that I was doing to my body and actually preventing myself from healing as part of that natural process of healing. And also all the other benefits that I started to unlock: better sleep, better energy, better mood, clarity of thought, clarity of focus. If that was all there was, it would have already been worth it. What I suspect is because I'm kind of new to this journey and I've only been eating this way for a couple of months, that probably I'm going to be able to even unlock greater levels of energy and abundance as long as I keep going. I made a very conscious decision that I was going to heal myself and I was not going to rely on any kind of external force or entity to save me from my pain and my suffering. I was going to accept the pain, accept the suffering as the teacher, as the lesson, and I was going to figure out the solution on my own. I was going to figure this out. I had that determination. Once I made that decision in my mind and once I really adopted that way of thinking, there was no backing down from that. I was not going to back down. After that, it just became a matter of research and study and learning and observation of what others had been able to do and gaining the knowledge and understanding of the science behind the foods that we eat, and then kind of putting all the pieces together. So through this experimentation, I would notice that if I went even as little as a day without eating any kind of sugars, any fruits, that I would immediately feel better. Wouldn't necessarily feel completely like a new person. I wouldn't necessarily feel as great as I do now, but I would notice a significant change. Conversely, when I would eat fruits, let's say I would cave in and eat a banana or cook up a sweet plantain, which was one of my favorites, admittedly, or any kind of sweet, or even worse, if I would cave in and eat, for example, some kind of cake or desserts or cheesecake, all these things which they're delicious to the taste, then I would suffer greatly. And oftentimes, especially more recently, the suffering would be almost immediately. In other words, within minutes to hours of eating that food, wow, I could feel the effect in my body, and it was pretty significant. And so this kind of direct feedback and correlation with me actually paying attention, being honest with myself about what I was actually experiencing in my body, in other words, not lying to myself and saying, oh, it's all in your head, or it has to be something else, it can't be the sweets, but just being honest with myself and saying, look, this is what's actually causing the damage, what are you going to do about it? And then going and eliminating that and eating in the opposite manner and feeling great. I only had to do that a couple of times to really convince myself that I was onto something. And then from there, it was just a matter of doubling down and cultivating willpower, because obviously it takes willpower to say no repeatedly to something that is so tempting. And these temptations will never go away, because fruits, for example, and sweets are not going to cease to exist in our reality. That's not going to happen. They're always going to be around. In fact, they're always going to be in abundance. If we rely on the fact that they're not going to be around so we don't have to think about them, that's kind of delusional thinking. And that kind of defeats the purpose of being empowered. So it would be incorrect to imagine that somehow we could rely on the fact that these temptations are not going to be around, because that is the nature of this reality. These temptations of all kinds, not just in terms of what we eat, but all of these temptations that want to lead us down a bad path, they're there specifically to tempt us so that we can learn certain things. So I knew that the internal battle, the internal strengthening of my willpower was something that was going to need to be constant. I could tell intuitively that just like strengthening a muscle, or just like becoming proficient at speaking a language, or any other skill, for example, video editing, something that I've become good at through years of practice. Any other skill, in the beginning it's more difficult, but then as we keep doing it, as we keep practicing, it becomes easier and easier, and it becomes almost second nature. So I knew that as I adopted this journey of saying no to sugar, in some senses it would become easier, and the rewards would become greater and greater, which would then serve as a positive feedback loop to allow me to continue down that path, even in the face of the challenge of the temptations. If you're suffering from any kind of chronic illness, whether it's been diagnosed or not, if you feel like often you're not able to think clearly, if you're experiencing any kind of mood shifts, if you're struggling, if you're always getting hungry, for example, if you're constantly feeling like you're hungry and you can't even go 3 to 6 hours or more without eating, without feeling like literally you're going to die, if you feel like you have to go pee often, if you go to the bathroom often, for example, if you feel like you have low energy, you're not sleeping well, any of these things. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to give you professional medical advice, but I would strongly, strongly encourage you to consider eliminating all sugars from your diet. So I want to encourage you to give it a try. If you've never gone even a couple of days without eating any kinds of sugars or sweet foods, then do it for 3 days. Give yourself a 3-day challenge. After that, if you see some kind of benefit, great, do it for 7 days. Now, a lot of people, they may not have gotten to the point where they're actually experiencing constant pain and physical suffering, so they may not be experiencing physically manifested or recognizable symptoms. These people can still benefit from eliminating sugars. It may just be that you're young enough that your body hasn't gotten worn down yet where you can feel those effects, like I was for many years before that, or it could simply be that you're eating a low enough level of sugar that the cumulative effect is not as great as it is on someone else, or someone who has an injury, who already has an illness and it's exacerbating it, right? But we can all benefit from this. I want to encourage you to give it a try, even if you're feeling pretty good already, and just see what it can do. And one of the other benefits is it's going to help you to sharpen the sword of your willpower. We need willpower in order to act rightly in this world, because often doing the right thing, this goes beyond nutrition, but just in general, being a good person, doing the right thing, standing up against evil and wrongdoing, standing up for yourself and for us as a species, this requires willpower. This requires us to act often in ways that are not comfortable or easy to do. So when you are able to eliminate an addiction and conquer an addiction like sugar, this strengthens your overall willpower, and this gives you more fortitude and more strength to face all the other challenges and all the other things that life is going to present you with, and it's going to become that much easier for you to step fully into your power as a sovereign being and reclaim your sovereignty and stand up for yourself and stand up against evil and wrongdoing in the world. That's another reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction, because I knew that as a freedom fighter, which I consider myself, I use those labels because it helps to understand this work that I do. So I sometimes call myself a great worker because I'm engaged in doing the great work. I call myself an abolitionist because I'm actively seeking to end our slavery to the predator class, the occultic priest class, which enslaves humanity. I consider myself an anarchist because I know that the proper state of a human being is self-rulership and not rulership by authority, all authority being evil. So I wear all these labels, and one of the things I realized vis-a-vis this addiction to sugar or any other addiction that I have is that for me to be the true warrior, for me to be the true freedom fighter, to really step fully into my power, I could not allow myself, I could not allow my energy to be drained. I could not continue to harm myself by eating improperly, even especially knowing in my own mind that these behaviors were actually causing harm to me. It was a matter of stepping up, bucking up, putting on the big boy pants, growing a pair, and really just making it happen. That was the deeper reason why it was so important for me to conquer this addiction. And all the other things, the feeling great, the sleeping at night, these are all both benefits, but they are also supporting my work that I'm doing because they give me more energy and more fortitude to get up here, to create better videos for y'all, to do this work, to be the best that I can, and to keep growing and being better. Hopefully, just from what I've shared in this video, you've gotten a real sense of why and how overcoming the addiction to sugar is going to be a game changer for you. If you have questions or if you need help on it, you can always send me a message. I will, as I said, share some of the resources of the content creators or the resources that I found most helpful to both understand the dangers of sugar as well as the importance of overcoming it and the benefits. So I'll share some resources in the description of this video. If there's one thing I would want to end this video with is to just let you know that, no matter how difficult it seems to overcome an addiction like that, it's absolutely worth it. And I would even go so far as to say that this kind of discipline is a requirement. It is a requirement for us as a species to be free from authority, from slavery, from the control of the predator class. So go tackle this and see what you can create. Thank you very much.
I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others. So we're going to kick off our values episode. Now, if you've been a fan of this show for a number of years,
I am,
and paid attention to anything that Johnny and I said, some of you even write us about all of the notes you've taken, you've heard time and time again how important defining your values are. A value-based life leads to personal happiness, mental health, well-being, and a host of other things. And one of the most common questions we get is, how do I choose my values? And of course, a lot of us, when we think about our values, we look to mimic others. We look to take on values that we see around us, but it can be a little overwhelming at first. It can be difficult for you to really put pen to paper. So our goal today is to talk about our values, share the company values as well as our personal values and our journey discovering these values about ourselves. And then we'll get in all the host of science behind why values matter so much.
Yeah, and I also just want to start it off by saying that by understanding and learning values about values, my life had changed of how I was engaging in the day every day. You know, it's funny. I've always said that we run on scripts, and these scripts, if you haven't meticulously put it together for yourself, you've adopted one that you've gotten from family, friends, media, wherever it might be, and it wasn't specifically chosen for you. You just adopted it, decided to live by it, and your life will slowly become a result of that script. When you change the guide rails to your life and meticulously put together the values that you feel best living through, you will see your life then be a result of living through those values. And of course, today we're going to be talking about how whatever goals you choose, how we can backwards engineer what the values would be that we would need to get there, so that by living a value-based life every day, we get closer to the life worth fighting for,
to those goals. And that's the thing. When most of us think about planning out what we want to do, figuring out our North Star, the first thing we think about, or the first tool we think about, is goal. Mm-hmm. Okay, set up a goal, and now I work towards the goal. And goals are very helpful. There's no doubt about it. And as we talked about to start this year, setting some resolutions and goals for yourself, that's fantastic. But there's also values on the other end of it. And when your values align with your goals, you have essentially endless willpower. You have the ability to push through when times get tough, when things aren't going your way, when that goal feels further off into the distance.
Well, you mentioned about times getting tough. They're going to. That's just part of life. There's ups and downs, ebb and flow, trauma, loss, victory, success. All these things are going to play a role. And in each one of these things, and this goes back to something that Stephen Hayes has talked about, how our body works like a calculator that doesn't have no subtraction or delete. You can only enter things in, and then you have to compensate for what you've entered in. So those losses and trauma and victories, they're all going to be crammed in there. And you have to go about your life with those things adding up, and it gets more and more difficult. However, by putting together those values, you have something you can lean on every day to get you through that when everything else, because of that trauma and loss, seems to muddy the waters. It doesn't give you a clear picture which way you should be going. And so in order to not have to worry about that, you just push through and leaning into those values, and they'll carry you through whatever dark, muddy waters are there.
And this is not to get confused with value, which is another topic we've talked a lot about on the show. Value is what we give to others, and we define that as attention, appreciation, and acceptance. But what we're talking about here is those core motivators in your life that you want to live your life by. And these become very clear in all of your decision making. I know we had a decision making month theme back in, I believe, August. And decisions are complicated to begin with. And if we're not clear on our values, if we're not clear where we stand or what's worth fighting for, then it's very easy to become indecisive.
I also think in today's world, we've sort of lost sight of the railings that hold us together, these values that we can lean on, exactly what you were saying about when there's times to make difficult decisions. And if you don't have these values to lean on, then the idea of being a principled person falls apart. If you don't have anything to lean on and you're not principled, or there's no principles set up to lean on, then you become very unwaverly in who you are and what you stand for. It makes decision making incredibly difficult. And it also makes the people around you uneasy, because if they can't recognize patterns of principle within you,
where you stand,
where
if
you
you're
stand,
wishy-washy, if you are wavering in your viewpoint and unsure of yourself, well, of course, that's going to lead to people not feeling at ease or comfortable around you. And this brings up a good point. Why are we on a podcast dedicated to self-improvement, of course, but really focusing on how we communicate with one another and build relationships and conversation? Why are we so concerned about values, which are internal? Guess what? These values influence who you spend your time with, who you build relationships with, who you seek out, who's in your network. So they are important to define. And for a lot of our younger listeners and even our younger participants in our coaching programs, boot camp especially, picking those values for the first time or thinking about it can be a little bit daunting, a little bit scary if I don't really know what I value. Or, you know what, I have 20 things that I value. How do I pick the top 5? And we'll get into that, but I want to talk a little bit about the problem with goals and goals alone, because goals are all about something in the future. They're a desired outcome. Values are more encompassing than that. Values are the deeper motivations that get you excited, that get you fired up. When your goals spring from those values, then magic really happens. So when we were getting ready for this show, we were talking with Michael about how excited we were to share our values, because I think for a lot of our listeners, they probably picked up on them here or there, but I don't think they fully know what our values are.
Well, I also want to state that even for myself, when I was younger and I would hear about these things, I would brush them aside. Why? Because I was like, I know what my values are. I'm good. I have values. I don't need to do it. I don't need to do the exercise. However, and we're going to talk about how to do this exercise, but upon doing it, this goes with anything when it comes to writing it out. The ideas and the thoughts and the goals and the aspirations that you might hold in your brain are just that. They're thoughts, and there's not much weight to them until they go to paper, or until you've given them enough attention to where those thoughts have then turned to beliefs. But even so, they need to be actually articulated for you to understand what those beliefs are. This is why, for a lot of the guys, the clients who come through our programs, how they view the world coming in is different when they leave. Why? Because they had the opportunity to articulate to themselves some ideas that weren't ever fully fleshed out. And because of that, they were nebulous. The proper filter or lens, I like to call it, could never be completely built. But once it's articulated, that lens then comes to fruition. And now you're solidly looking through it.
And you're not swayed. You're not influenced by things that take you off course. That's the point of value-based living, is that it gives you a level of resilience. Because listen, sometimes you're not going to be able to achieve those goals. Sometimes it's not up to you. There are other factors that go into those goals. And what happens when you don't achieve your goals? Are you set up for success? And that's really where the values come in. And, you know, studies show that very goal-oriented people sometimes have a fragile sense of self. So what that means is when all you're focused on is external outcomes and factors and motivations, when things don't align, when you don't reach those goals, your sense of self is going to collapse. It's going to crumble. It's going to lead to a lot of inner turmoil and stress. But if your values are solid and clear, even missing a goal is not going to shake or rattle you, because those goals are in alignment with those deeper values.
And this, to throw it back to something our first guest of the year, Dr. Judy Ho, had brought up, when she brought out her life acronym, and the very first part of that was low self-esteem, shaky self. And as you were just mentioning, if you're focused on that and you don't have the steps that it takes to get there, you can easily get knocked off course because there is no plan.
And listen, it's okay for your values to change. You know, when I think about starting this company 13 years ago and throwing myself into coaching, you know, my values at that stage in my life were very much around proving other people wrong, right? So I had doubters, I had people who, and we've talked about this, family members even, who didn't believe in what I was doing or the choices I was making. And out of that, some of my values were actually unhealthy, right? When you're trying to prove it to someone else and your values are not anchored to yourself, well, all of a sudden you're going to find yourself between a rock and a hard place and frustrated. And I valued socialization to the extreme, going out constantly because I was introverted. I was trying to work through that introversion. I was trying to gain all these skills to be a good coach. And now that I'm in my 30s, I don't value that as much. I don't value going out and going crazy, socializing as much as I did in my 20s, and that's fine.
Well, the goals have changed. And so if the goals have changed, then so did the steps in getting there.
Yeah, so I want to point out that as we talk about our values and unpack our own, it has been a journey for us. There have been values that we tried that didn't work for us that we'll get into, and understanding that it's not set in stone. We're not carving this out and stamping it on our tombstone and saying, these are your values for the rest of your life. But values serve a very important purpose in your life. And, you know, this is something that I learned growing up, being raised Roman Catholic. Obviously, there are a lot of values instilled by the church. And those values then lead to goals, lead to the way we interact with one another, the way we treat one another. So that's what we're getting into today, is how do we develop our own values that matter to us? And now, with all of the guests we've had over the last couple of years, we now realize that when we plug in those values with some great goals, that willpower component that we're struggling with, the getting up, the going out the door to work out, that shrinks. It doesn't have to be so difficult for us if we only focus on the external. Now, one thing that I do want to point out is that when we're talking about values and how important they are, it's not about discarding your goals now and saying, oh, I have no goals, I just live in a life of values. They go hand in hand. They're synergistic and they are important here. So how do we go about finding our values? Well, when you think about values, what do you stand for? You know, how do you want to behave as a human? How do you want people to view you? What do you want to hear them say behind your back? Right? These are good starting points to start building those principles that you live by, as Johnny was saying earlier. And we've talked about how important it is for companies to build out their set of values, that everyone on the team knows, okay, this action that I'm taking is in line with our values. I feel good. I know that I'm moving the needle forward.
Something else to go along with that. We have a guest coming up. It's going to be in a few months, but his name's Kevin Cruz, and he wrote a book called Leaders Don't Have Rules. And one of his points in the book was just that. Leaders don't have rules that they live by. They live by values. And and he was talking about the importance of getting your team to rally around those values, so that everyone is on the same field. Whereas if we give people rules, there's all sorts of objections of, I don't like to live in rules, I'm a rebel, or I don't like people telling me what to do, or
just figuring out ways to tweak the rules, to get one over on the rules, to find the loopholes.
We know those people as well. That's all there. Once there's rules, and I think there's just something innate in humans of wanting to break the rules. But if you can get everyone to subscribe to the same values, well, now things are completely different, and you may interpret them differently than the person sitting next to you, but they're still holding true to that same value. And there's usually a mutual respect that can go along with your approach to it, as long as you're still having that same value.
And when it comes to corporate culture and building this company, we didn't start with the values first. Mm-hmm. We kind of all came in, jumped in, started working with our own value set that we were bringing to the table. And there was a lot of times in this company's history where the values weren't in alignment. We didn't put them to paper. We didn't commit to them. And then we would get frustrated because team members were not doing what we wanted them to do. But that comes from the top. And someone who's run the company, I now realize not only the importance of values in my own life, but also the importance of instilling values in the team and the way that we want to treat our customers, the way that we want to be seen, the way that we want to be treated as well.
And just to go back to that point, rules certainly doesn't work. People tend to think that you're trying to put them in a box when you hand them rules as well. I can even, as someone who sees himself as a creative, the minute I hear rules, that's my first thought. Because what if my creativity has me venturing outside these rules, and now you're neutering me, so to speak, to be able to do what I do? However, if we're rallying around values, that completely changes.
Yeah, and let's say, for instance, a value is loyalty, right? So a company's value is loyalty. Well, for Johnny, that might mean following up with customers who just came through in the last month. For another team member, that might be sending a birthday message on Facebook to cheer up our customers. So even having a value of loyalty, each person is going to respond to it differently, but it's a framework to start from. Mm-hmm. So I would like to dig into my values.
Yep.
And they've been a work in progress, I'm not going to lie. And in talking a lot with Amy over the last 6 years of our relationship, they've evolved over time. But the one, and I think we can all sort of pick up on this from the trajectory of the company, the first and most important value to me has always been deliver value. Sometimes to a fault, right? We hear a lot on the show. The show is so dense. You guys go into these topics. I want to learn more about you. But I really have tried to surround myself with people who deliver value, who enrich the lives of everyone else around them. We talk about value on the podcast enough. And I also want to be that person, remembered as that person that goes above and beyond in helping others and delivering that value to others.
Well, that's why it's the first rule in the company, or the first value in the company, above and beyond.
And understanding that there are going to be times where it's difficult. And there's certainly been times when Amy's been a little frustrated with me. But that commitment to going above and beyond has allowed us to build a team that not only supports one another, but then supports everyone who comes through our doors. And I view it the same in all of my personal relationships. I want to be there for my fiance. I want to be there for my friends. I want to be there for my family.
And when you think of that and the way it works, you can... For me, it's to make sure that the listener of this podcast gets a lot out of it. For me, it is for the person who comes through a program, knows that we are there for their journey. And we are going to be there when you sign up. We're going to be there when you come through. And, of course, all the systems that are in place for you when you leave. And I continuously let the guys know that I'm I'm always here. And one of the things that I say is I have time for everybody. It's just a matter of me finding when that time is. But if you let me know you have something that you want to discuss or an idea or a problem, you text me, you send me an email, and I will send out Calendly invite, and we will figure out a time.
And listen, we've been in the self-development space for a long time, over a decade. And when we started, and we met a number of people doing coaching, social skills coaching, personal development coaching, leadership coaching. And I've met coaches whose viewpoint is we start working together when the check clears, and we stop working together when the seminar is over. And that's how they live their life. We have never, as a company, entertained that idea. All of our alumni have our personal phone numbers. We talk to alumni who've come through the program 9, 10, 11 years ago. And I feel that not only is that in line with my value, it becomes very easy for me. It's not a willpower thing. It's not a, oh my God, I have to answer this person. Oh God, I have to help this person out. It's in my ethos. And of course, as someone who's led the company, it's infused into the company's ethos. And it's one of the most important lessons that we try to teach in all of our programs.
Well, I think you could also say a lot for the people or the podcasters and the coaches that we enjoy. You know, when I think about the podcasters that both of us get a lot from, we see that ethos, if you will, that you to use your words, in their work. And of course it's like, well, of course that's going to be in ours because that's who we're modeling.
And it's interesting. I get a lot of emails from people who are starting out in podcasting, people who are fans of the show and want to start podcasting, and ask, you know, how do we prep for the show? How do we deliver value in the content? And, you know, we have 3+ pages of notes, science to back it up. We have multiple conversations about anything that we're talking about here recorded for you. And that's been the case for over a decade now of putting in the prep to deliver the value. And this is something that we do for free. This is not something that we're charging for. So that delivering value is not only my own personal value, but I look for that value in others, right? And that's how I stay away from transactional relationships. You know, we laughed about this last week with Violet about, you know, the types of people as you become someone who's an influencer or grow an audience that you tend to attract. And listen, there are a ton of transactional people out there, but being someone who values delivering value for others, I look for that in others, and I look to lead my life by that. And that's really one of my core values. And that wasn't very hard for me to find. So that one's been pretty standard. The second one, and this one, you know, has led to some people leaving the company, has led to change on the team. But this is really a personal value, is keeping it real, being honest and transparent with how I'm feeling, sometimes to a fault. I know Johnny laughs that I wear my emotions on my sleeve, but
I think we both do that. That's the Midwest.
At the same time, I would rather be in a situation or an environment where people are being upfront with each other. And I want that in my personal relationships. I want that in my friendships. And of course, I want that in my business partners and the people that I work with. And it is challenging at times to be authentic. It is difficult to deliver bad news. And for a long time in my life, I tried to avoid conflict and avoid arguments and being a people pleaser. You know, sometimes being authentic is not always the easiest road. It can be difficult to be truthful in those situations. But what I've found is that it allows me to say no to things that aren't helpful. It allows me to be more committed to the things that are the hell yes. And it allows other people around me to know where I stand. The third value for me, and trying to keep it straightforward with these 5 here, the third is just loyalty. And I think that really was instilled by my family. My family's very connected and loyal to one another, and loyalty growing up was a very important value for my father, and I picked up on his relationships in life. And of course, because of that, I've lost some friends along the way. I've had to make some difficult decisions around relationships. We've talked about value vampires and people who may not live up to that, but loyalty is being supported by the people in your life and being true to the people who've been there for you, which is funny. You know, you move to a big city, it's easy to get drawn into some of these other circles, and people back home, at least for me, remark about how I've stayed true to myself, and I try to surround myself to do the same.
Oh, that's always a welcoming picture to have from somebody who's known you for such a long time. And I know for myself that I really enjoy hearing that, and it's not so often that East Coast friends can make it out here, but when they do, I do try to spend quality time with them, and that is certainly one of the things I love hearing. I don't want to hear this town has changed me. However, there's those people too.
Well, they'll see the social media and they'll ask, why are you talking about that? Why is that important now? Yeah. And it's easy to get caught up in some of that. But ultimately, yes, trying to stay true to myself and true to the people, certainly back home, who've supported me on this journey, not just no offense, Johnny-come-latelys who get excited about the big numbers and what's going on after the 10 plus years of hard work. The fourth one, and this one we've talked about a lot on the show. In fact, one of our favorite guests hammers this home, David Goggins, and it's discipline. In everything that you want in life, all the success you're looking for is based on your habits, and habits are built through discipline. There's no getting around it. There's no shortcuts. We've had, how many guests now talk about that exact thing? Whether it's getting up early, whether it's always working out, whether it's watching what you eat, whether it's making sure you follow through with your meditation, that discipline instills the successful habits that you need to reach the goals that you have. And there are certainly times where I fall off. There's certainly times where I'm less disciplined than I would like, but it's an aspirational value that I think is really important in my life.
Well, and that's one of the things that makes value-based living important and fun, is that it's not something you just turn on and you begin doing. It takes effort, and it takes consistent effort every day. However, you do know what you're doing, so all you have to do is go ahead and get to it. But no one said it's going to be easy.
No. No successful person has built their empire or achieved what they wanted on shortcuts and lack of discipline. Now, this one, the fifth and final value for me, might feel a little opposite of the last value, right? So the last value is discipline, straightforward. The fifth and final value for me is spontaneity. I do think that variety is the spice of life. Johnny's seen me learning how to cook and always trying to pick up new skills, traveling, exploring. I'm always looking for those moments. And what I found that's so interesting is as you become more disciplined, you actually unlock more freedom.
Yes.
It's counterintuitive, and I know that we've had guests come on and talk about this, but when you have those guardrails of discipline that you're not going to be out too late, you're going to get things done in the morning, then you can create that freedom in your life to be spontaneous, to try that spicy Thai food, to go on that trip, to zip out to Las Vegas for a weekend for the hell of it. That is something that I value in myself, is that ability to try new things, to not be stuck in a rut or a routine, and also to be more open and accepting of others. And the spontaneity one at times has come in conflict with Amy's discipline, and it's been funny.
I've seen it.
Yeah, as someone who values it so much, now about to marry someone who spontaneity is not the name of her game. Right. But it's fun to add that. And it's also fun to see how Amy's values have influenced me over time.
Sure. Absolutely.
Johnny, I know you've been sitting there somewhat quietly around your values and my values, and I know that there's some overlap.
Well, there certainly is. And I talk about these every week with the guys because I can't expect them to put theirs out there if I'm not willing to do that for myself. And certainly over the years, they have changed. But the ones that are important to me now, first and foremost, I take health out of the way. And that to me is diet, sleep, exercise. Those three things all make up.
Now, that was not always the case. As someone who's lived with you.
Exactly.
Seen what you eat, seen when you went to sleep.
Yeah. And certainly I can still get better with some of those. But I take those very seriously because... And I've stated this multiple times, and I'm going to state it again because this is important, and this is why health is the first one. Because I know what I need to do eating, sleeping, exercise-wise, to be at my best. And when I'm at my best, the longer I'm in that zone of my best, the better my life is. And the better my life is, the better other people's lives are who are around me. And so I owe it to myself and to those people because of that to be at my best. And that takes care of that. And that's number one. And I don't think there's anything else I need to say to that other than that very
Yeah, this is not a health and fitness podcast, so we're going to stick to things we're experts in.
Yeah. So that's why I take that very seriously. The other ones that come in, creativity is certainly one of them. I want to be able, and it's important for me to engage in things that A, allow me to create, and B, think creatively. And so whatever I need to be able to do those things. So reading, film, music, these things allow those juices to flow. And then from there, I get to create myself. And so I take that very seriously. And I want to be able to produce more than I consume. And so that's very important to me.
Yeah.
Next is humor. And I've been saying this for a long time, which is, as an entrepreneur, I find humor one of the most important traits that one can have because of the ups and the roller coaster that is entrepreneurship, and you need to be able to laugh at yourself and the circumstances that you're in order to make it to the other side. It does get dark at times. You do question yourself a lot of the time, and if you can't laugh about it, it's going to be grim. And one of the things that always stuck out to me, being the Dan Carlin fan that I am, which is he was doing a podcast on trench warfare. I believe it was his World War I series, which is phenomenal. And in one of the questions he was asking, or had been asked, is what did he know about the soldiers who were able to persevere in the worst of conditions? And the worst of conditions could be in those trenches. It could be life in a gulag, in a internment camp, whatever those awful conditions are.
Humor.
But it's always been purpose and humor. Those two things go hand in hand. The purpose is the hope that pulls you out, but humor allows you to deal with the situation while you're in it. So humor is certainly for me is one of those.
Glad that you compared the company's history to the Gulag and trench warfare. It's quite the analogy.
Well, lost.
I'd temper it a little bit.
Once again, finding the humor in all of it. It used to be presence, but now it's moved more into mindfulness as a whole, because for everything that's going on, I need more opportunities to defuse thoughts from emotions. I think that helps with creativity. It also helps with humor to be able to compartmentalize things and see them for what they are. I think that all plays a role. And lastly, ceaseless learning. So, which also fosters the creativity and the humor. I want to be able to learn every day. Now, out of those 5, it is when I wake up, I'm excited because I know what I'm doing every day. And what's also great about this is looking at your daily calendar.
Yeah.
And how you're going to arrange and engaging in those 5 values. The other thing that we know about this is through our own research we have a challenge on Facebook, and part of that challenge, number 2, is to put up your values.
Yeah, you can join our Facebook group at the challenge, theartofcharm.com/challenge. And this challenge is a fun one for a couple reasons.
Yeah.
Number 1, it's intimidating. So a lot of people sign up for the challenge. They're like, great, I'm going to work on my social skills. And we hit them with, well, what are your values? And then it's like, oh, man, I haven't thought about that. Or, oh, I want to see your answers. And it can be something that if you're not prepared for might feel a little overwhelming. But the flip side is when they complete the challenge, there's like this sense of relief of like, oh, now I have clarity, or as my buddy David calls it, a North Star. You have a guiding light, a flashlight as to what direction you should be going in.
And the other thing about it that goes along with that is most people can easily put 2, 3, maybe even 4 together. But once you get to 3, and we realized that people had stopped at 3, because they still have this giant list of values, but there's now only 2 spots. And the dilemma becomes, well, I don't want to leave something out. Well, it doesn't mean that you're leaving it out. These are just the things that are important that you need to engage in and to get one step or one day closer to your goal. And on top of that, to have a sense of being fulfilled at the end of the day, that you've engaged in what is important to you. And so the best thing about this is, let's say that you've guessed wrong. After 1 week, you stand on Sunday and you review your week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, etc. Were you able to engage in your values to the level that you wanted to? If you answered yes to all those, then did you feel fulfilled at the end of the evening?
That's a pretty good week.
Yes, absolutely. And if you've engaged in those to where you're fulfilled, you've been incredibly productive. That week is going to blow your mind, which only sets up for you to do this again. And so why wouldn't you want to? You've just engaged in everything that gives you a sense of being and purpose.
It's that
and
superhuman productivity that we're all looking for.
Everyone. And so you're fired up. But here's the best part. Let's say you're not. Let's say something was missing. Let's say that, I could have been better. Okay. Then you either have to think about, as you set up the new week, what do you feel you were lacking in and that you can gauge in to a better degree, or you change up one of the values that you feel just wasn't doing it for you. And then you give that a shot. And guess what? After a week, when you stand on the next Sunday and you're looking at your week, you'll either know exactly what you're going to be doing and fired up to lay it out again, or you'll know exactly what you need to shuffle around and change. I mean, this changes everything.
Now, you bring up some powerful points, and this, again, is the distinction between goals. So you can bring your values into anything you do.
Yes.
You could bring your values into the way you cook. You could bring your values into the way you do the chores. You could bring your values into your relationship with your friends. Goals are outcome dependent. They are in the future. So you can't live in your goals. You can work towards your goals, but you can live in your values, meaning your values can be present in every moment that you are awake, you are alive, you are in action. And it's completely up to you to live your values.
You pick them.
You get the choice. And then you get to instill them in others by the way you live your life. And guess what? They're never checked off. They're just that guiding light for you each and every day, every morning, to fire you up, to get you through, to not have to worry about the willpower.
A lot of people spend their evenings before going to bed staring at the ceiling and asking themselves what if. And this is where you're in FOMO, as what the kids call it, fear of missing out. Yes, fear of missing out. You're staring at the wall, and you have this, and there's a feeling inside of, I'm not living life the way everybody else is. And it's easy to get in that position when you're looking at social media and everyone else's amazing lives. However, going to bed late at night or whatever time it may be, you don't have to go to bed experiencing FOMO. And we laugh, we talk about this, but you could flip the script and actually go to bed experiencing JOMO, joy of missing out, where you're content, you're fulfilled. There's nothing left on the day.
The no is not an issue. The no is not anxious or what am I missing out on. The no is I'm clear on my values, and that's not in line with my values.
Rocked them out.
So it was a great day, which leads to a great week, a month, and a year. And as we said, with goals always happening in the future, we need our values to keep us on course. Goals sometimes get met, and I would love everyone, perfectionists included, to reach all of their goals, but we know that's not always helpful. That's not always possible. So what happens when you don't reach your goals, right? That's why these values are so important. And Stephen Hayes, who we've had on the show a number of times now, said values work helps to build socially positive emotions like gratitude and appreciation, and the feeling that you're making a meaningful difference in the lives of others. So it may feel self-centered to decide your values, to define your values, but actually it's a service not only to yourself, but to the world around you, to the people you interact with. When you are in alignment with your values, you have these superpowers. You have the initiative, the wherewithal, the excitement, the joy, everything that we're talking about. So we want to end with, how do you find your values? It's been a journey for me and Johnny. And I know that, for example, the loyalty value. How did that arise? Well, growing up, my dad was a single parent and he won custody. And what I always found remarkable is he was in the Navy and his friends were scattered all over the country. And he remained loyal to all of his friends, all of their relationships, and his friends remained loyal to him. And they were there to support me and my sister when he needed a helping hand. And I'll never forget that value that he instilled in me of staying loyal to the people in your life, because at some point you're going to need each other. And if you're not someone who's loyal, you're going to be left without having that support. And that was a value that was instilled in me and I picked up. Discipline was not something that was instilled in me. I wouldn't say that my dad was very disciplined with his diet or working out or his habits. He was a hard worker, and in order to make ends meet, he was forced to be disciplined for work, but it wasn't something that he really instilled in us. And that led to my sister being a creative. It led to me being spontaneous, but now it's something that I've picked up from others. And truthfully, the guests on the show have really inspired and instilled that in me. And as I started putting some things together, physically working on my health, all of a sudden I started to realize that, yeah, discipline actually unlocks this unseen potential in myself. Things that I didn't even imagine I could do were now possible because I was getting up at the same time every morning, because I was disciplined in my routine.
Well, values giving you a glimpse of what you're capable of is truly, it could be a bit scary, but it's also liberating, because you're now being able to really crack your true potential. And that's what
I love. So if we were to tell you listening, hey, come out, spend a week with us in LA and we're going to define your values, you'd be like, well, that doesn't sound like much fun. What the heck's that? I want to learn how to talk to people. I want to build better relationships. I want to be able to reach my goals and build allies and wow my boss. Values? That doesn't sound like a valuable exercise to me, an interesting exercise. The fun part is Saturday after the week is over and everyone in the week has started to crystallize around their values. They've started to really look into themselves internally and define what these values are and how they want to live their life. They are so fired up to go back home, to live life through these values, that it unlocks that extra battery, that supercharger in your life that allows you to stay motivated. So for those of you who are listening, feeling run down, feeling you're lacking in motivation, feeling everything's a struggle, taking some time to think about your values and going about your life in alignment with those values can start to recharge that battery.
Something I want to add to that. If you do decide to do our challenge on Facebook, it's theartofcharm.com/challenge. If you do decide to do it, it is challenge number 2, where you're supposed to put up your values. A lot of people just put their values up and they're like, I'm done, then they move on to the next. I'm going to let you know that not only are you supposed to distill all these values down to 5, I want the reasons and the how you got to them. Why did you choose them and how did you get to that? Because having an understanding of how you arrived there and why it is so important to you only fuels it inside you that much more, but also gives you a sense of its importance so it sticks much better. And then also put it somewhere as a visual cue where you're going to be reminded of it on a daily basis, whether it is...
So you can't forget them, right?
So you can't forget them. And Michael has his, our coach Michael in Vienna, has his on his phone screen.
The wallpaper.
And then also stick it on Post-it notes around your house. Because when you see it and you're like, oh, right, that's, you know what? And it is those visual cues of those values that will lead you when you don't have answers.
So let's do this week's challenge. Let's help the audience define their values. Now we've learned how important they are and what our values are. And there are many ways to find your values. We talked about it with Judy Ho. You can check out her book. She has a great exercise. But here's a visualization exercise that we're going to do that I think can help you with a few questions you can ask yourself at the end of this visualization. So close your eyes and imagine that you've reached all of your goals that you could ever imagine. You're the richest, the most successful, the healthiest person on the entire planet. All of your wildest dreams and goals have been reached. And ask yourself, how do you want to be treated? How do you want to treat yourself? How do you want to treat others? What do you stand for in life? Right? So now that we've removed all those external factors, all the things we're chasing, the cars, the house, the fancy this, the fancy that, we've achieved those. What's left? The way that we treat others, the way others treat us, and what we stand for, right? And what you're aiming for, as Johnny said, is key. 5 or 6. We're not asking for 30.
No.
Overwhelm does not help us here. So you want to have it concise so that it's easy to remember. And the important part is, after this visualization, take pen to paper. Write them out. Write out your values and write out why it's important to you and how you intend to bring this value to life. How do you intend to infuse this value into your daily schedule, your habits, your routines, your choices? And this is a fascinating study that we'll end with. A recent study done by Emily Sandoz and Emmy Herbert titled Meaningful, Reminiscent, and Evocative, an initial examination of 4 methods of selecting ideographic values-relevant stimuli, found that by taking the time to write out our values, it can actually give you a huge It can actually give us a huge boost towards implementing them successfully. So the act of writing them out, committing to them on paper, thinking about the why, actually makes you more likely to succeed in achieving and implementing those values. That's powerful stuff. So now that you have your values, write them down and put them somewhere you'll see frequently. Save them as your wallpaper, like Michael. And especially at the beginning, it's important that you're reminded of your values often. As we start to try to build new habits, instill some discipline in our lives, it's important that you're reminded, hey, these are my values. This is what matters to me. And as Johnny said, in those days when he hasn't had an opportunity to tap into creativity, or he's been bogged down in emails and he hasn't had an opportunity to quench his thirst for knowledge, listen to a podcast, read a book, whatever the case may be, that's a rough day. That's a tough day. But when you realize that's part of your values, well, I'm going to make time for it.
And I can also say that I know that when I do not engage in them, at the end of the evening, when I'm laying in bed, I'm pissed off. I'm mad. I feel I left points on the board. And at this point in my life and everything that we have going on around us, I don't like to have that feeling. That feeling is awful. And so, and you for working with me as long as you have.
Well, as a Lions fan, I know about leaving points on the board. So it's a special meaning for me.
Yeah, it's awful. But I have recently arranged things in such a way that certain things get done at certain times, and that where it's
now the values have infused your calendar.
Yeah,
they've infused your routine,
and so those things get met and easily and consistently, and that makes for a great evening and a great sleep. And it just with entrepreneurship, things can get difficult. However, I know that I'm always able to lean on those values and even in the worst times, go, well, I know that I'm doing the right thing. Why? Because I engaged in what's important
Or
to me.
even in the best of times.
Yeah, well,
You
it's
know?
just
the
icing
ups
on
and
the
downs,
cake. Yeah.
right? It's without values, it's tough to stay grounded.
Yes.
It's tough to stay humble and have humility. So if you've enjoyed the episode and you're ready to define your values, join us on the challenge. It's a free Facebook group with other podcast fans. Johnny and I are in there, and you can share your values, commit to your values as part of our social skills challenge. You can find more at theartofcharm.com/challenge.
But I feel alive.